I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Galgay Reckitt, please.
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37 in Port of Portland.
And Representative Pickett.
Morning, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent District 116, the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Canton, Peru, and Hartford.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Representative Talbot Ross, I missed you on the end there. Would you please introduce yourself? And for the general public, Representative Rachel Talbot Ross will be a member of this committee for today. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a deep honor that I join you today. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which comprises the neighborhoods of Parkside, Bayside, East Bayside, Oakdale, and the University of Southern Maine campus. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you today.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thanks. And Representative Newman. I think he's on the road. Is he, Representative Pickett? Do you know that?
Yes, he's on a job, but he is listening in, and he will be also at the same time on voting.
Okay, we'll have to see his face when he votes, but that's okay. That's all we have for members here. Okay. I will also introduce our clerk, a committee clerk. We are pleased to have Darlene Simino, who is the clerk for the Transportation Committee, and she's helping us while our clerk is out for now. And I will see, we have two policy analysts. Our permanent one that we've had for a while is Jane Overton, who there she is raving to us, and Dan Todikoff, who's very involved and also has joined us a number of times. Not seeing anything else, I just want to conclude that there is an adjustment to the agenda. For the general public who's unaware of this, at this time of year, many of the legislators have other committees they must testify or attend, so we had to move the schedule. The first bill we're going to review is LD 1446. That's an act to aid municipalities in the issuance of concealed handgun permits. We will follow with LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's corrections system. Thirdly, LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. Okay, good. Number 4 is LD 1175, an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, commissary charges in Maine's jails and prisons. And lastly, LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement officers and candidates. So you can see we've got a full schedule today. So I will begin with our first bill, 1446. If there's any comments to be made before, I think we're all set. 1446, the issuance of concealed handgun permits, and I believe I turn it to Dan Tadikoff, right, Dan, or does Jane have this one?
This is one of mine.
Okay.
However, this is actually the third work session we've had on this, second one this session. So I've already run through an analysis. I don't know if the sponsor, Representative Pluker, has some comments, but I have nothing to add at this time.
Okay. Representative Pluker, would you like to brief the committee for the latest update and for the public, please?
Certainly. Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Where we're at is, just to give an overview, the original bill was to have MSP, Maine State Police, respond to municipalities who didn't have access to their help and their background checks when they were putting out concealed weapons permits, which resulted in many towns such as my own just doing Google checks and issuing concealed weapons permits. We then had, we carried the bill over and had a stakeholder group over the intervening time. MMA and the Maine State Police got together and worked on the issue and put together some data and issued a report. As part of that report, we found out several important things. One is that for those concealed weapon permits that are being issued by municipalities without any proper law enforcement background check are more than likely they're probably against federal law. And so that is a real issue that we need to resolve if we expect our concealed weapons permits to still have any reciprocity with the 23 states that we currently have reciprocity with. So we wanted to try to remedy this issue. I got together with MMA and Representative Pickett and the Maine State Police. We came up with 4 points that there was broad agreement on. And I could go over those now if that's the right time for it.
Let me confirm something. Mr. Tadikoff, you had sent us something on this.
Jane, along with, so some of the work sessions today are not the first work session. Jane sent out all of the analyses for that. So I did prepare a bill analysis and I went through it last time. I'm happy to highlight or discuss anything from there again, but that was just sort of so that everyone could access it easier.
Is everybody all set? Or would you like Mr. Tadikoff to remind us of what was stated before? It looks like everybody's all set. Has Jane, so Jane doesn't have anything to add? Okay. So does anybody have, Jane, do you have something you wish to add to that? No? All right. So anybody want to begin with any questions or concerns?
Madam Chair, did we hear, I think the sponsor has a proposal. Did we get a chance to hear that yet? He hadn't finished yet.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think I've heard it before, so that's why I'm sorry. Okay, I probably need to hear it again. Go right ahead, Representative Pluker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the 4 points that I believe we have, none of this is in writing, it was all in conversation. So there, and I see Rebecca Graham from MMA is in the attendees, and so she might want to come in if there's any, if she wants to clarify. But what I believe we have broad agreement around is that in the original bill, it said that the town could request help from Maine State Police and Maine State Police must give it, but that the town remained the issuing authority. And so what we have broad agreement around is that if a town requires aid from Maine State Police in issuing concealed weapons permits, that the Maine State Police shall become the issuing authority. The other part is that if a town already has an existing municipal police department, they cannot request help from the Maine State Police. So their police department will be the issuing authority for their town. Third, we would like to some towns would prefer to work with their county sheriffs or might currently be working with their county sheriffs instead of working with the Maine State Police. So we want to make it clear within statute that the county sheriffs can become the issuing authority, as they would have access to all of the background information and then be able to do the background checks that the Maine State Police are able to do. And then fourth, there was some, because these concealed weapons permits pile up because we only have 2 staff, from what I understand from testimony, who are going through them. So they tend to pile up. So opening it up, currently in statute, I believe it is 30 days for a resident. The issuing authority has 30 days from the date of request to respond to that request with a clear yes or no if you are a resident, and you have 60 days if you are a non-resident. And we'd like to open that up to 60 days and 90 days. Then then the real issue that we're dealing with here, and what I'd kind of returned this year, was the idea of bringing positions to the Maine State Police. And we don't have agreement on bringing positions to the Maine State Police to do administrative work. But what I was hoping was, instead of adding positions to the Maine State Police, what we could do is we could eliminate the state issuing non-resident permits. So the numbers that we got from the Maine State Police was that last year, between January 31st of 21 to January 31st of 22, there were 4,734 concealed weapons permits issued by Maine State Police. Of those, approximately 4,700, 1,600 of them were non-resident permits. So we would be reducing their workload by 30% if we no longer issued those permits. So these permits are people from out of state requesting concealed weapons permits in the state of Maine. And what we heard in testimony, or at least in meetings, was that many of these people they're not requesting permits in order to come visit the state of Maine. As we might know, in the state of Maine, you don't need a concealed weapons permit. You can come here with your concealed weapon and have it. We don't require that here. But there are people who might live in, for instance, North Carolina, and want to travel to Utah with their concealed weapon. But I don't know if these states are correct, but for instance, the state of North Carolina does not have reciprocity with Utah, but Maine has reciprocity with both North Carolina and Utah. So they're asking Maine for a concealed weapons permit so that they can travel with their concealed weapon. And so issues like this are arising. It means that our own state police cannot handle the workload. And it also means that our own municipalities who don't have access to background checks aren't able to request them of Maine State Police, because they're doing so much work for folks from out of state that we can't handle the load here. So I think the 2 issues that we're really looking to resolve, besides for the fact that we want everybody who has a concealed weapon permit to have the proper background check, is 1, we want to make sure that we're complying with federal law and we're not threatening our reciprocity with other states. And then 2, I had another point, was it'll come back to me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We got this this morning, right? That's what I'm looking at.
Yes, this
So
morning
these,
to the chairs and to Attorney Tartikoff a copy of these 5 points. Nobody else in the committee has seen that email.
okay. Any oaths? I've got Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Warren, and then Representative Reckitt. Representative Pickett, you're muted. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure most people would like to have it stay that way, but anyways, the 5 points that or 5 different things that I wrote down that the good Representative Pluker brought forward to us, and I did have some discussions with him. But it's my understanding from the last statement that those points were emailed to the chairs, but not the committee. Is that correct?
Yeah, I haven't distributed it to everyone, as there wasn't kind of general agreement on it yet, but I'm happy to have that email. I sent it to Attorney Tartikoff. So if he wanted to send it out to the entire committee, I'm happy for that to happen.
Yeah, that would be good because I'd like to have it in front of me to be able to look at and know exactly. I think I understood what you were saying, but I want to be 100% sure before we get to a vote. I know there's probably other questions here for Representative Pluker. I do have something else, but I'll circle back. Thank you.
Sorry, Representative Warren.
Representative Pluker, can you tell me again, so our state police are processing how many out-of-state applications for concealed?
In the last roughly calendar year from end of January to this past end of January is 1,661.
So they're processing 1,661 permits for folks that don't live in the state of Maine, and they don't need these permits to carry a concealed permit in the state of Maine, but we're using our state resources to provide them with a permit for the state of Maine simply so that they can travel to other states in the country.
That is one use that they could have, and from what we understand, that is happening.
Fiscally, doesn't sound very common sense to me. And can you thank you for that answer. Could you remind me also, do I remember correctly that there was a federal issue?
That's right. So if you're one of these municipalities without access to the law enforcement database to do your background check before issuing the concealed weapon permit, and I just want to remind everybody that in the state of Maine, in order to have a concealed weapon permit, if you don't have to have one, but if you do request one, then they're supposed to double check that you're of good moral character. And so, so if you don't have access to those databases, you might not be able to do that. But you also don't have access to any particular protections from order or protections from abuse that might be issued against you, because those weren't clear adjudicated-ish things that you can get. What's the other one I'm looking for is you can't come too close to me. Forget the name of that one. And then the other one is if you might have been blue papered in the past or had mental health issues for which you were confined, those also wouldn't be, publicly available information. And those are all things that, from my understanding, is necessary in order to comply with federal law.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Tartikoff, please.
I just want to be clear, Representative Pluker, do you want me to forward that email to the committee?
I believe if you wanted to kind of copy and paste the 5 points so that everybody could have access to that would be great.
Okay.
I want to follow up with what Representative Warren had mentioned. The issuance of permits to out of state, is that in statute or is that a policy, or how is that determined?
That might be a better question for Attorney Tartikoff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was trying to send the email.
Okay. That's all right. I was only talking. Okay. Mr. Tartikoff, it was mentioned that 1,600 of the 4,700 permits issued were out-of-staters. Is that, a suggestion's been made that possibly we not do that. Is that in statute or is that a policy? How has that been able to occur?
They're in the concealed permit statute. The definition of issuing authority describes the issuance of permits to a quote unquote non-resident. And in that case, the issuing authority is the chief of the Maine State Police. And there are also other provisions in the law regarding the timeframe for responding to a non-resident permit request and the fee for a non-resident permit request and how that fee is dealt with. So it is worked into the statute in a number of places that non-residents can apply for and be issued a permit.
So that's, okay, that's what sounds right. In that the Department of Public Safety is basically doing what's in the law currently. And if this committee, if they so wish, and to remove that, it does have to be in a statute or this one, correct? I mean, obviously.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Pluker, I would ask you, is that in a format form? I mean, is that part of an amendment or a new bill, or how would you proceed if that's one of your suggestions?
Of the 5 points, nothing has been drafted. I was hoping to kind of have a broad
Discussion?
before walking into the committee.
Okay,
My belief is that we could probably vote on it today and then review it in language review later.
I will, given that answer, I will turn it over to anyone else who wishes to ask a question or make a comment on that. I don't see any. Okay, Representative Pickett?
Representative, you're on mute.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I don't have any questions for Representative Pluker, but I would like to invite Lieutenant Stevenson, I think, who is the one that would be dealing with the permits and stuff. I'm assuming that he must know about the issues because Representative Pluker has been talking with him. So I'd like to just get his comments on where the status of the bill is right now and what he's thinking and what the department's stand would be at this time. You're on mute, Senator.
No, touche.
He should be coming in.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear me. I don't think you can see me.
No, can't see you. Would you please identify yourself, Mr. Stevenson?
Yeah, I'm Lieutenant Tyler Stevenson with the State Police, and I oversee our licensing and weapons division.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant, for being here this morning. And did you happen to hear the list of things that Representative Pluker had said that he had been looking into since the last time we met?
Yes, I did.
Okay, having those things in mind, could you tell me where the stance of the department is right now in regards to where the bill seems to be standing right now with what some of the ideas of that are being thrown out there?
Yes, so we agree that there's a problem with the permitting system, which is a voluntary system in the state right now, because you don't actually need a permit to carry concealed in most places. And we had constructive conversation about it, but the department's position is the same as it was originally. It's a lift that the department isn't prepared to take right now with our other focuses going on. I'm getting a join as a panelist.
Are you all set, Representative Pickett?
Am I back?
Yep, you're back.
Here you go.
Yeah, I'm not a cyber guy, so I'm happy to be here. So our position is the same as it was originally. Priorities for the state police. We recognize there's a problem, but we're trying to focus our efforts on what we feel are the priorities that the main people want us to be focused on.
Okay, follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So Lieutenant, if, because it's been floated out there and I've had conversations with Representative Pluker on as recent as yesterday, if we were to take and not issue non-resident permits, then if we were to go with the other points of this, that your department would take on the issuing authority for any police department, any municipality that does not have a police department, and towns that do have would have to do their own. They would not be able to have it done through you, and all of those other things that were mentioned. Would that alleviate you from the necessity to have personnel added to your workforce to be able to take care of the permitting? Would that suffice that if we were to do that?
So we are surviving right now with the amount of permits that we're getting. My people are, at capacity, but we're surviving. It may be a good question for Rebecca Graham. With the numbers that she provided, I would say yes, but I'm concerned that not all the towns reported back. A lot of towns didn't report back. We really don't know the number of permits that are out there. We don't know where it could go once they hear that state police is issuing the issuing authority for the town. It just seems like a lot of unknowns.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Stevenson? Representative Pluker, it's been mentioned, Ms. Graham is here. Would you care, is anybody wishing to ask her questions since she's been mentioned a few times?
I don't have any particular questions for her, but happy to invite her into the conversation. Yeah.
Senator Seaway's hand is up.
Yep, I'm willing to recognize Senator Seaway. Unmute yourself, please.
You want me to bring Rebecca in?
I think.
Or wait.
Yeah, we'll wait. Thank you.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask, if she could come on, and I'd like to
Okay.
ask her a few questions.
Here we go. Welcome, Ms. Graham.
Thanks. I was just asked to come over to unmute, not necessarily come over as an analyst. So you can only hear me right now.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Graham. I'll promote you to a panelist so we can see you.
And that's happening with quite a few of them, that they're only letting me allow them to talk.
Okay, I'll take care of it from my end then.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Senator Stairway has a question for you, Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, good morning. I was just checking to see if you've seen this last proposal, the last five different changes in what is trying to be done. And is there any concerns on these? And also, I wonder if we've got enough information to do what is proposed.
Thank you, Senator Searway, and thank you for that question. That mirrors the discussion that we had, and I think it might be helpful to clarify a bit that when we were talking about the Maine State Police taking over those permits, it's not necessarily that they're aiding the municipalities. If they took that on, they need to be the full issuing authority from from start of application to end. It needs to be entirely in their wheelhouse. And that's what we wanted to clarify. I think probably from the municipal aspect, some of the biggest concerns that we have are providing some sort of cover for the agencies who have assisted their neighboring communities under good faith and done these background checks, even though in statute they didn't necessarily have that authority. It wasn't necessarily clear. So county sheriffs, we know in the time, in terms of police departments that have been disbanded, have been assuming those duties for those communities. And there's been at least one police department that has done that as well. So we want to make sure that they're covered. I think also concerning is that from the municipal end, folks didn't understand that when they are making a query of the State Bureau of Identification for the purpose of a background check, that they weren't hitting that federal system that would give them the federal background, that they don't functionally and cannot have access to those other pieces because those are law enforcement only data pieces. So when I think that the statute was initially created, those things were not necessarily in play or perceived. So we did have those 70 towns that were hanging out there. In terms of the numbers, every single community that I talked to had at least a couple. So the numbers that I extrapolated on the low end were based upon the actual average. There were two different ways. The actual average of those that did report and then extrapolated out across those 70 communities. They varied in range from 2 to 200. And then applied basically the margin of error from that as well. So we know like the low end would be 36 and the high end would be 13. I mean, I'm sorry, the other way around for those communities. And that's how we're getting that permit number that the state police would have to assume. And we mirror Lieutenant Stevenson's belief that, from those same communities, probably actually having troopers on the road is more important necessarily than being able to process this data. So if in terms of expenditure, and mission desire, those would be a better use, but that's, kind of where you guys come in.
So just a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yep, go right ahead.
So now if we go along with this amendment, seems like that would add to manpower requirements. And I don't think we're ready for that because that would change the whole bill. So I'm just kind of wondering what's your thoughts on that? Would it add manpower requirements?
Thank you, Senator Stairway. I think that's a great question because I think some of the discussions that I had with Lieutenant Stevenson over the summer, the amount of time that is dedicated to that task is probably low estimated because it's fairly efficient. And it might be something that warrants a deeper review in general. I do think it might be difficult to determine from out-of-state applicants who doesn't intend to come to Maine to use their permit and who does, because that's not necessarily a question on that application. And what it would allow are folks that are planning to vacation here to be able to carry in places like Baxter and Acadia. And that may also be a reason that they're applying for those permits. So I don't know how you could necessarily split the difference between those out-of-state residents that weren't coming here to go hunting or to use it for another purpose, and those that wanted the reciprocity piece of that.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Graham, for being here this morning. Good morning. Hearing what you had to say, and I think this question would probably be good for you as well as the lieutenant as well to think on, and that is, when we say that we're going to add that they shall take up the issuing authority for the police departments, at that particular point, we would have them taking up in those towns. There could be a small group of people, or there could be a fairly large group of people, can just depending on how many people in the town put in for a permit. And and that varies, I'm sure. And then we see that if we take the towns that have police departments would all have to take care of their own, then that would take away from that number, from the overall number, I guess is what I'm saying. But that being said, looking at it, if we were able to get to a point where we could come up with a number that could be taken care of by the department without having to include new personnel, I guess, do you feel that that's something, and I know you can't, I understand the situation, but that's the only way I can see this being able to go forward right now, in my opinion, is to do that. Do you feel that that would still cause more issues and possibly some additional manpower or something in some of the towns, even though the state police would be taking it over? I guess what is the unintended circumstance that might happen by if they took over those and they lost the ones from the police departments that are already in are there any unintended circumstances there? I just would like to know if there is anything there.
Thank you, Representative Pickett, for being conscious of that. Just to clarify, state police are not doing those applications in communities that have a police department currently. So they definitely don't have that law enforcement burden in those communities. It's just those 70 communities that don't have an existing contract with the state police for that duty that weren't grandfathered in 2015 when that law came into effect. And some of those communities had, and then maybe any additional communities that have disbanded their police departments, such as Dixfield. There, from the municipal end, there's not going to be any additional manpower that's necessary for that. It's, essentially going to alleviate it. From the local level at that point, I do think it's probably worth revisiting the fees that are attached to that, both for the state police as well as for the local law enforcement, for the amount of time that is dedicated to that task to be really thorough. And that might be a way to add staff without necessarily adding a sort of fiscal burden. I do know that, it's worth inquiring as to whether or not that this is a mission priority. It's definitely an identified problem. And the pieces that we'd like to cover are the ones that folks that have in good faith done that without necessarily expanding those resources for the state police in a harmful way.
Thank you.
Answers it.
Representative Rickett? Representative Rickett, if I may ask if Dan wishes to comment on the latest questions. Is that all right with you, or?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Tadikoff?
Sorry, just to jump on something Rebecca said very recently. It was not my understanding that I think it's about 360 municipalities that currently have the Maine State Police serving as the issuing authority for them. It was not my understanding that none of those communities have police forces. There's no requirement in the law that a community that designates the Maine State Police not have a police force. So it was my understanding some of those do in fact have police forces. I'm sure Lieutenant Stevenson could provide you with a specific response on that. But my understanding from discussions I had with Representative Pluker is that the intent of the proposal would preserve the grandfathering, and this would just be for those 70 municipalities that don't have a police force. But he should certainly weigh in on that. I just didn't want the conversation to go a different way than what he had been intending.
Thank you, Mr. Tartikoff. Yes, Representative Rickett, thank you.
Well, I'm anxious to hear Representative Pluker's response, but here's what's going on in my mind. Why in the God's world do we issue concealed weapons permits in a state that doesn't require them? Except in the circumstances where they're required, which I think is if a in-state resident is decided to go to Acadia, are the national parks where they have to have a concealed weapon? Is that true? True, yes, someone nod, don't shake their head in some direction. That's true, it's iffy, is that what that is? Okay. So unless they're going into the national parks to camp with their gun, and or if they are anticipating traveling to a state that requires them to have a concealed weapons permit, I don't understand why in the heck we're even issuing permits to anybody else in any circumstance. And what I don't understand is, and this is probably my brain has cramped out on this one because I know I've heard it lately, and I don't even know in what context, whether it's here or in judiciary, but where does the requirement of disclosure of having a weapon in a traffic stop, even if you have a concealed weapons permit, where does that fit into this whole thing? And I don't know that I'm just had a strange dream in the night and that's where that came from. But my point is, why in the God's world are we using our state police resources or our municipal resources to issue state concealed weapons permits that aren't needed except by a small minority of people who, frankly, if they signed an affidavit that they were going to be traveling and needed to do this, I could understand that. But I don't understand why, just for the heck of it, we would accept the responsibility and the cost and the labor involved to do concealed weapons permits. And I think that would solve the problem for the state police. And frankly, the setup that is proposed in this bill, which says if you got a police department and you're going to do it, go to them. But I don't know why we would issue them, period, unless there was a substantiated reason to have one. And I don't think those are a million times. So that's what's confusing me. I'm fine with this bill as it's been proposed, but I still don't see why we should spend state money on doing any of them unless there's a substantiated reason to issue it. So I'll get off my soapbox.
Thank you, Representative Rickett. Representative Pluker, you wish to tackle that one?
Yeah, I'm going to try to answer the questions. Yes, Representative Rickett was right. That is the circumstances in which you would want a concealed weapons permit is to take it into one of the parks or to leave the state. The question of announcing your weapon to a police officer who's pulled you over, I would refer that to Lieutenant Stevenson. And then the question from Attorney Tartikoff being, yes, my intention is to grandfather everybody in who the Maine State Police currently have a memorandum of agreement with, all those towns. I thought that what Ms. Graham said around those existing memorandums agreements were not with towns that had police officers. I thought that was correct, but I could be wrong. Maybe they do have memorandums agreement with some that have police officers. So I thought that these things were not in conflict, but Lieutenant Stevenson or Rebecca Graham could clear it for us.
Okay.
I guess
Representative Pickett, please.
Madam Chair, could we have those two things clarified before we go on to more questions, please?
Who do you wish to speak on that?
Whoever can. I think Lieutenant Stevenson probably could take one question, and Ms. Graham probably could take the other, but I think those are really important questions to get answered.
Mr. Stevenson, Lieutenant Stevenson, you heard the questions. Which one do you want to tackle? Probably the firearms or the grandfather clause, either one.
I
You feel
I
comfortable?
believe one of the questions had to do with duty to inform law enforcement that you're armed with a handgun. And that comes from the same handgun statute, Title 25, Chapter 252, subsection 2003, which specifically states if you have a concealed handgun permit, you do not have to notify law enforcement. So if you are carrying under the permitless carry law, that's part of the statute does not apply, and you are required to notify law enforcement immediately that you're in possession of a firearm.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. And I wasn't sure what the other question was. I'd be happy to answer or send it to Rebecca.
Representative Pluker?
Just to state the question clearly for Ms. Graham, which is, to your knowledge, are there currently towns that have a memorandum of agreement with the Maine State Police to handle the background checks for concealed weapon permits that also have municipal police departments?
Thank you, Representative Plicker. Yes, it was my understanding that the grandfathered individuals would still be coming in. My understanding is that the department, at least one department that I'm aware of in question, is essentially a two-man department. So it's not a full-fledged, full-time police department. And that was probably why they were allowed in at that time. So those, we did not envision that the grandfathered entities would go away. We just envisioned that those same 70, and what we also didn't want is then for other municipalities to say, oh yeah, we want state police to take that over too. We don't want an additional beyond that being flooded to them.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I didn't at first have a question on this particular point, but I do. And I guess what I want to find out, I know Mr. Tadikoff, he mentioned this, but what was the final answer on the 360 municipalities currently that the DPS is the issuing authority? And how many is there some of those in that 360? Are they town municipalities that have their own police department?
Who can answer that?
Whoever can answer it.
Senator, I can, if that's okay.
Go right ahead, of course.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. There may be two. I know of one, and they are extremely small departments and would have been part of that 360 initially that are grandfathered in. They don't have the ability or access at necessarily to do those background checks.
Follow up?
Yes, go right ahead.
So then these 360 municipalities we're talking about would be grandfathered under, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding and ultimately my desire as well, that what is status quo remains status quo, and we just find a solution for those 70.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if anybody has any more questions on this issue. I can circle back, or I did, my hand originally was up. I had a question for the lieutenant.
Okay. I don't see anyone else's hand up. If you wish to present your question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Stevenson, so if we took a look here and we take everything into consideration here, the 5 points that we have, that we've looked at, and if we gave your department 30 extra days on both ends for the non-resident and for the resident to be able to get those done, so give you 30 additional days to do that. And if it was the, if we did end up not issuing the non-resident permits, if that would ended up being part of this bill, took that piece away from you. That being said, with the additional 30 days to do the others, does that give you time with who you have right now to still be able to do it, or would you still be overtaxed in doing what you're doing?
Like this, like,
Okay, go right ahead.
on the spot question. If with the numbers, the estimated numbers of permits that Ms. Graham has provided and the removal of non-resident permits, I feel like, the additional time to complete the permits, it appears to me to kind of be a wash. We'd come out even. But as I said before, my only concern is, yes, it's okay and we're able to do the work, but all of a sudden, there was an influx of permits, or we were wrong with the numbers, and now my shop is underwater, and we're back to where we were in 2015 and are years behind on this process, which is kind of how we got here in 2022.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
So then, if I'm hearing you correctly, we could possibly, if we went ahead and did, as I just had explained it to you, and we went and did that, and that became what we did here today, that there is, in your mind anyways, there is that potential of you ending up getting influxed with more than what you have now, and having to come back at a later date and looking for additional people to do it, to be able to keep up with it. Is that a fair statement of what you were saying?
Yes. Yeah, yes, sir. You stated it better than I did. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have Representative Warren, followed by Representative Pickett. Your hand's still up, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. So it sounds like we're close. There's been a lot of work on this proposal. So with what Representative Pickett just suggested added to Representative Pluker's proposal at the beginning of the meeting, I would like to make a motion ought to pass as amended. Excuse me, I forgot one piece. Adding a report back so that we are paid, because I want to pay attention to Lieutenant Stevenson's concerns. So adding the 30-day piece that Representative Pickett just proposed to Representative Pluker's amendment, and adding a report back to this committee next year. I make a motion ought to pass as amended. Happy to clarify that if I need to.
It's been moved. Anyone?
If I'm allowed to second, I certainly will.
Go right ahead. Been moved by Representative Warren, ought to pass as amended, seconded by Representative Pluker.
A point of information, if I could.
Go right ahead.
I'm not clear what Representative Pickett's 30-day suggestion was. I didn't come away from that understanding that piece.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. That was not a suggestion to do. That was a question to get everything out on the table so we'd know where we stand. And it's my understanding from after making that statement that the department still does not feel that they will be able to deal with the with any more than what they have now without having extra personnel. So I was just throwing that out there as an example of what could take place and what we could do if they would be able to do that. At least that's my understanding. And if Lieutenant Stevenson has a different understanding of that, then by all means, someone can inquire of him.
Maybe I misunderstood. I heard Lieutenant Stevenson say that he thought it would be a wash. That
He did.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what that meant.
Yeah, he did. He did say it would be a wash, but he said also that the numbers are so uncertain that it might be a wash, but it could actually give them more than what they have right now in their tax rate right now. Unless I'm misunderstanding Lieutenant Stevenson, and if I am,
No,
he
I
can
think
weigh in
that's,
on that.
I think you're right. That's what I heard as well. And that's why I added in a report back for next year. So you asked a question. He suggested that it would be, with your suggestion, it would be a wash. But he has concerns of what might be happening from now until next year. In order to allay those concerns or create a pathway for the lieutenant to come back to this committee next year and deal with those issues if there is an increase, which is a very reasonable concern, there's a report back built into the motion. Does that help you, Lieutenant Stevenson?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Looks like Dan has a question. Dan, you can go ahead.
I just have one point of clarification, and I don't know if it would be helpful to sum up what I understood the amendment to be. But
That would be great.
The question I have, and I don't think this was explicit in Representative Kluger's proposal, was there's an intent that you would remove the authority for any municipal officers to be issuing permits. Is that the idea? It would only be able to be a law enforcement office? I know we talked about the concerns some had about essentially municipal officials that are not law enforcement performing background checks via Google. I just wanted to be clear if there was an intent to change that part of the issuing authority definition.
No, the original intent of the bill was that it was upon request by a municipal office. And so I would maintain that. So the Maine State Police only become the issuing authority, or if it's requested by the town.
No, I understood that.
Okay.
But it seemed like, and maybe I'm misinterpreting here, it seemed like the pathways available for those 70 communities without a police force under this proposal would be reach an agreement with Maine State Police or reach an agreement with county sheriff to do the background checks. They wouldn't be able to do the background checks themselves, the municipal officers, if they don't have a chief of police. It sounds like that may not be the intent.
No, my intent was if the town no longer wanted to be the issuing authority, then they had an avenue to no longer be the issuing authority.
Got it. Okay. So I can sum up that I think the intent here is to grandfather in those 360 communities that reached an agreement with Maine State Police prior to the 2015 law change, and then to require Maine State Police to become the issuing authority upon the request of a municipality without a chief of police. Any other municipality would be with a chief of police would be subject to the existing law requirements. Clarify that the county sheriff, pursuant to a similar agreement, could become the issuing authority for a municipality, and then increase the statutory deadline by 30 days for the issuing authority to respond to a permit request for both residents and non-residents. And those are different timeframes, but they would each be increased by 30 days. And then remove authorization in the statute for the issuance of non-resident permits. If there's anything else I'm missing out, please let me know.
A report back to the committee.
Yes, the report back also. Got that.
Thank you.
Why would we need to increase
Okay.
the time frame for non-resident permits if we're not going to issue them?
Good point. Just the resident permits then. Thank you.
I will recognize Senator Sayaway, Representative Pickett, and I have a couple of questions, so I will go to Senator Sayaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize on number 3, it says the county sheriffs may become the issuing authority. I just wanted to hear from the sheriffs, and I think Sheriff Trafton's on. If we could just hear from him on this, just since they're a part of this.
Is he
He
here?
was. Hold on.
Yeah, he was.
He was. He's coming back.
So you have a question for Sheriff Kraft?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. You have him, Darlene?
Yeah, he just popped up.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, good morning. I was just wondering if you wanted a little input on this situation, since you guys mentioned in number 3 on this. It says the statutory permission that a county sheriff's may become the issuing authority if they want to enter into an agreement with a town that requests it. I don't know if you have any input on how this would affect you, or if it doesn't, that's great.
Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to consult with the Maine sheriffs as a whole. So what I can do is speak for myself, and I can tell you that I do already provide this service for a few towns in Waldo County who don't have a police department. And when I say a few, it's 2 or 3 town offices that call, and we provide the checks for them. So it would not be a huge burden from my agency, from my sheriff's office. But again, I hesitate. Some of the other sheriff's offices are much larger and much busier than we are here in Belfast. So, but I could find that out and get back to you.
Thank you. I was just wondering, because sometimes there's a lot there. I guess apparently there's been some issues of some little towns don't have any coverage, and I think that what's the intent here is that they get looked at by the sheriff's offices and whatever. So
yes,
thank you.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This question, because I think it's important. It's important to me to know to be able to really decide what I'm going to do on this bill. And I was going to ask it before, but I didn't. And that is for Lieutenant Stevenson. When it comes to the non-issuing, in other words, stopping and issuing non-resident licenses, permits, when it comes to that, what is the department's feeling on that, and what will that do, if anything, to any future reciprocity agreements that may not even have anything to do with this bill, in your opinion, from a department standpoint?
There shouldn't be any issue with reciprocity. Our reciprocity specifically in Maine is we only accept resident permits from that state. So if you're from North Carolina, you want reciprocity with Maine, you have to have a resident North Carolina handgun permit. There are obviously other states that accept non-resident permits, which is a reason why non-residents obtain permits from us. But I'm sure that there are non-residents that want to carry concealed up here, whether it just be a feeling of added protection or in those particular places that require a permit. The department's opinion, other than what I had stated before, I would say we're neither for nor opposed the issuing of non-resident permits. Who we're issuing them to isn't as important as the numbers that we're issuing, if that makes sense.
Follow up real quickly, please.
I'm looking for you. Yes, go right ahead.
But that doesn't change your statement in regards to the extra 30 days and what we talked about in the last time I asked the question, correct?
No, it doesn't. We had an additional 30 days for non-resident permits. It was 60 days because the backgrounds are more difficult than a Maine resident. You're dealing with other out-of-state agencies. But I think having an additional 30 days on a resident permit would be helpful.
Thank you.
I have Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like folks to be able to see the written agreement before we take a vote. I'd ask that when Dan gets it written, he send it out on the interested parties list, and I'd further make a motion to table.
I had mentioned that I wish to speak after.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. One thing that I'm really concerned about, and I don't know where it fits in, but at the last discussion, I was very concerned that in some of the definition that the issuing authority may be the mayor, the alderman, the councilors. Where does that all fit in? Or did something you just said do away with that, especially in judgment of good moral character and so on? Is that still going to remain in the statute? I'm looking at Mr. Tadikoff.
That was some of the clarifying questions I was asking to Representative Pluker, and my understanding based on his responses is yes, that would not change. So for any of the municipalities that do not have a full-time chief of police, it would be up to them to decide whether they want to reach an agreement with the Maine State Police to serve as issuing authority, or continue to have, as the statute allows, the mayor, municipal officer, or councilor serve as issuing authority.
I'd like to ask why that is, Representative Pluka. That's why I asked the question. I was really confused. I thought that was something everybody was somewhat in horror of, that is still allowed to continue. Why do you wish to have that remain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that is what the towns want.
I think it surprised us all that, especially small towns, issuing those kinds of permits to their cousin and everybody else they know, and how they, and the other thing is, did I hear Lieutenant Stevenson say that, or someone, that the small towns really can't get an SBI or an NCIC about past criminal acts or convictions. So I am really puzzled by that and concerned that we spent so much time on issuing or having out of state getting a concealed permit, but we're still leaving it that the small towns who are elected officials can issue also. I'm still very concerned about that. Ms. Graham, you have your hand up, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I just kind of wanted to clarify a little bit about the process. So in the communities that have a police chief involved in that process, doing that investigative background, they essentially act as that issuing authority and maintain those, those confidential records within their office, providing that municipal issuing authority from the councilors, et cetera, with the cover necessary to make that decision. So their police chief is weighing in, doing the background, saying it has cleared this hurdle, and then they can also add in information in terms of good moral character. So therefore they are the quote issuing authority because they're going into the clerk's office, et cetera, to get that. And there's been this kind of surround process that involves law enforcement. In the 70 communities that don't have a designated law enforcement entity, a contract with the state police, or their own police department, they haven't been able to get the full background in the same way that those communities that have a police department or the Maine State Police have done. I think that they should have some sort of method of being able to do that. So the choice piece that I think from MMA's point of view that we would like to see is that those towns decide which entity that is. However, if they go with the state police, the entire process goes to the state police. If they go with the local sheriff's department, then they can still be that final issuing authority, but the background check's going to meet the statutory standard. But I do think that there should be that law enforcement piece within that, because they can't actually meet the statute with the existing access that they have.
I think that's pretty much where I'm at. That's bothersome for me. I thought, okay, I'll let it go because I wrote something down that Mr. Tadikoff had mentioned about that. And I'm going to ask one question of Mr. Tadikoff as a follow-up. Did you say that we could not remove that about those 70 communities, or we needed to leave it in there? Being able to contract. Go ahead.
Right. If you wanted to, you could certainly repeal that authority. What Representative Pluker said is that I guess the municipalities do not want that option taken away, although that's not exactly consistent with what I just heard from MMA.
Correct. All right. I really think that's a stickler for me, Mr. Pluker. Representative Warren, do you still have your hand up? You had a tabling motion?
Did we want to give Representative Pluker an opportunity to respond?
Yes,
or
if he wishes to, of course, that, you know, I can't understand why we would do it just because they want to continue that. Representative Pluker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going back and forth between two committees right now. So I think I missed some of what Ms. Graham said. The question being, so I think that it comes down to home rule, that some towns want to continue to be the issuing authority and some towns don't want to be the issuing authority. So the towns that wish to be it can maintain it, and those who don't want it don't get it. But I gotta admit, I didn't pick everything Ms. Graham said.
I think that there are some issues, although a lot of work has been done on this bill, and I, for one, appreciate that. I think there are still some issues that want to be worked out. It sounds like there may be a misunderstanding between, anyway, I'd like to make a motion to table.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded. There's no discussion. Ms. Simoneau, would you call the roll call, please?
Well, Senator Deschambault?
I vote last, Darlene.
You guys have a pecking order? Okay. Do I start with the House members first? Is that?
Go right ahead. I just gave you my thing. I should have done that for you. I'm sorry.
Representative Costin is absent. Representative Lickner?
Yes.
Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Newman? He's not on. I'll come back to him. Representative Pickup?
Yes, we're voting on the tabling motion, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Representative Pluka?
He's got a bill in front of another committee as well.
Representative Reckup?
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
No.
Representative Talbot Ross,
Yes.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Senator Seaway,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. And Representative Newman's not back yet. Okay.
Yeah, Representative Newman is looking in, but he has no access by a camera, so that's why he can't vote.
Yep, got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Darlene, my
Yes.
vote is yes.
I'm sorry. Senator DeChambeau, yes. So we have 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 4 absent. 5 absent. No, Representative Sharp's not here.
All
8 in
right.
got it? 8 in the affirmative, 1 negative, 4 absent.
Great, okay. Senator, you ready to move to the next bill?
I was just about to. The second bill we have before us is LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's corrections system. And that is who is presenting that? Okay, yes, Ms. Overton?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. This is LD 696, an act to prohibit solitary confinement in Maine's correction system. And I think, Darlene, let's start with putting up the bill analysis on this. There's really one thing that I need the committee to see. And then the chairs can say whenever they want to take it down. The bill prohibits solitary confinement in jails and prisons. And we can sort of cut right to the chase. Representative Lookner at the work session distributed a proposed amendment that replaces the bill. And if you could scroll down, keep going. Okay, good. The proposed amendment defines solitary confinement and prohibits its use in prisons and jails. It defines segregated confinement and residential rehabilitation and limits the use of both. It establishes a state position of a confinement ombudsman to be employed by the governor outside the control of the Department of Corrections to ensure compliance and oversee segregated confinement and residential rehabilitation. And it requires the Commissioner of Corrections to adopt mandatory standards prohibiting solitary and limiting segregated and residential rehabilitation in the jails, holding facilities, and short-term detention areas. If you could move on, yep, go a little farther, stop, great.
Opponents.
There were a number of issues there. I made a list of them at the top of the page. The issue that 2 people brought up is in that second paragraph. Dr. Edward Pontius suggested excluding people with serious mental illness and substance use disorder. And in the amendment from Representative Lookner, segregated confinement is prohibited for persons in protective custody and residents who are special populations, including but not limited to a resident 65 or older, a resident with a disability, including a mental illness, as provided in rules adopted by the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, which is interesting because it's a jump from this is really a Department of Corrections issue, but you're having the Department of Health and Human Services, that commissioner adopt those rules. That's certainly your choice. I just wanted to show you that that exists. Also prohibited for a resident who is pregnant or up to 8 weeks postpartum, a resident caring for children in the facility, and a resident who's less than 21 years of age. Now, back to that second paragraph, Dr. Pontius suggested excluding people with serious mental illness and substance use disorder. The question of substance use disorder is not currently addressed in the proposal from Representative Lookner. Also on this same issue, Kevin Vovoidnik from the Disability Rights Maine suggested that you use the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act definition of disability, and it is printed in the most of that paragraph is the definition. I won't read that to you. There were a number of people who testified in opposition. I did say at the top of this page, I think that's where it is, somewhere. No, it's on the other page, that I have not recited whatever all the testimony was, but have pointed to where all that testimony is posted because it's publicly posted. There was some information requested, and if you could go down to the bottom of the page, Darlene, just on this page. There we go. Thank you. Commissioner Liberty agreed to provide information on the establishment and naming of the administrative control unit, data on its use, and when the department last paid a settlement because of the use of solitary confinement. And Sheriff Nichols agreed to submit corrected testimony clarifying that Representative Warren was not involved in the preparation of the amendment. That's all I have for you. The remainder, if Darlene doesn't need to go scroll through it unless people need, but if people are looking at the rest of their bill analysis form for ease of handling documents electronically, particularly if you're at home, I am including the amendment that was proposed at the work session in the rest of the bill analysis. So it looks like a long bill analysis, but in fact, most of it is the repeat of that proposed amendment. That's all I have.
Well, that's really involved. Anybody, is the sponsor here? Is he still with us, Representative Lookner?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us where you are with all that? Oh, someone have a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see Senator Serway. Senator Serway, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to take away from Representative Lookner's talk first. I'll let him talk, then I'll ask the question.
Representative Lookner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Searway. So there's still a number of questions that I have for the Commissioner Liberty, that I kind of don't feel like we really, got to at the public hearing. This is a brand new bill from last session when we carried it over. It really needs some attention, and I still want to take some time and work it. So I guess I'm glad we're here at the work session. I've got some questions for the commissioner at this time.
I believe I was informed that maybe the commissioner is not available, but Dr. Thornell is, if that's correct. And Dr. Thornell, I'm having trouble with my panelists and attendees list here. Representative Warren, do you see that Dr. Thornell is in the attendees list?
I just promoted him.
Thank you.
It's working again, so.
Good morning, Dr. Thornell. Nice to see you again. So we're going to turn it to questions that people may have. The hand I see, jeepers, this is going to be difficult here. Go ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Warren, is it you or is it Senator Sairway?
I thought that Representative Lookner had questions for the deputy
If that's what he
commissioner.
wants to do, go right ahead. Yes,
And
of course.
then Senator Searway was definitely before me.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Lookner.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for joining us. So I have a number of, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Some of the questions that we didn't really get to at the public hearing that I'm interested in learning about. So there was an individual that the DOC settled with who spent 22 months in isolation or solitary confinement without any disciplinary charges. And the NDOC agreed that as part of that settlement, that no resident could be held in segregation for more than 30 days without review and approval from the commissioner. So I just have a couple, I want to kind of get a grasp on that situation. And can you tell me what units that 30-day review applies to? And does it apply to the administrative control unit at MSP?
Well, good morning, Representative Lookner, and good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Ryan Thornell. I serve as the Deputy Commissioner for the Maine Department of Corrections. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. I will happy to answer that question, Representative Lookner. I would just ask that we not dive deeply into the details of all of the litigation matters of that settlement. Simply for reasons of confidentiality, but I can certainly answer your question specifically that you just asked, starting with the individual and the placement into restrictive housing, which started out under the administrative status and then eventually led to his placement in the administrative controls unit, was during the period of 2014 and 2015. And so he was released out of the administrative controls unit into early 2016, very shortly after then Warden Liberty, now Commissioner Liberty, and myself began overhauling the use of restrictive housing. And so I just want to make that time period known because it was not a recent piece of it was not a recent placement that led to the recent settlement and litigation. So that individual has been out in general population since early 2016. Now to your question about the 30-day review piece of that agreement. So specifically in the agreement, the 30-day review that requires oversight and review by the commissioner's office, which is actually myself as his designee, is part of the administrative control unit process. Review process. So those cases and placements get reviewed every 30 days once they're in the administrative controls unit. And that review is conducted by a multidisciplinary team, which is led by the warden of the facility, but includes behavioral health and medical staff, as well as programming staff and security staff. So that's specifically about that 30-day piece of that agreement that you asked about. I also will note, however, we have additional review periods as part of our administrative status process as well, which includes a 72-hour review, 7-day review, and if necessary, 30-day reviews. And so we have those review processes in policy already for both of those placement areas.
Great, thank you for that. And I just want to, so if somebody has been in for 30 days so to, in the administrative control unit or in segregation for 30 days. How many individuals have you had, has the commissioner signed off on, or you as the commissioner's designee, since that settlement? How many people would you say within MSP have been subject to that?
So if I may ask for clarification, are you asking how many reviews we sign off on monthly?
Or just in total since that settlement was reached?
And I would have to go back and look at the placements since that time. I can tell you that currently, as the commissioner testified last week, we have 8 individuals in the administrative control unit. And so those 8 individuals get reviewed every single month. So at the very least, we're seeing those 8 individuals until one of them transitions out or multiple transition out. But in terms of a total number since the settlement, I would have to go back and find that information for you.
I appreciate that. So of those 8 people in the ACU, it's hard for you to, at this time, tell us how many times each of those individuals has been approved by you?
Yes, I would have to go back and hand calculate all of that.
Okay, yeah, that would be really helpful for me to know. And so when the commissioner was here last week, a couple other questions that I have. He said that if there were people in other facilities being held in segregation for extended periods of time, they would be shipped to MSP. So I guess, we didn't really get a grip on, when he said an extended period of time, how many days was that? So, if somebody was at MCC and they were being held in segregation for, 3 days or 10 days or 30 days, or what's an extended period of time before somebody gets transferred to MSP?
Yeah, thanks, Representative. Great question. So when at any of our facilities, we have an administrative status, which is our restrictive housing status. And that status is the immediate status an individual goes on following a serious incident in the facility that in some way threatens the safety of staff or residents immediately in that facility. And so an individual will be removed from their current situation and placed onto an administrative status. And that can occur at any one of our facilities. And that status allows for our unit team, which again is a multidisciplinary team, to review the situation of what's occurring, figure out what's behind whatever the incident is, and then make a determination about what needs to happen for that individual, but also for the unit and the other potential residents or staff that were involved. That placement onto that administrative status has a review point no later than 72 hours onto that status. So no more than 3 days go by before that individual has what we call a review board with the unit team to discuss the situation, whatever the findings are in that initial 72-hour investigation, and then whatever the conversation needs to be about where to go forward, recommendations from behavioral health, treatment, so forth and so on. And so at that 72-hour mark, our team, our staff know if that individual is going to be able to transition back off of administrative status, or if they're going to need a longer term placement in a more secure setting. And it's at that 72-hour mark where you would see that decision being made. And 99
so
out of
perhaps
them
there's an
back onto the
individual
general
at
population of the
MCC
facility.
who's been in segregation. I guess my connection got screwed up there. Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. I have a couple more things I'd like to plow through here, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Is that follow-up of what?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get like a sense of, so there's an individual, apparently an MCC in Maine Correctional Center, who's been in segregation there since November. And I'm just trying to clarify that, that person hasn't been, that's far longer than maybe the 72-hour review. So is that an extended period of time? Is that person up for being transferred to MSP?
Senator, if I may respond. Representative, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that individual situation. And I think it also, my answer is going to highlight the importance of why this process works the way it is in the Maine Department of Corrections and can't fit neatly into, very finite periods of time to do certain things with all individuals. So the individual whose name I won't mention, but certainly talk about the broader situation, where you have a placement potentially at Maine Correctional Center, Mountain View Correctional Facility, what have you. An individual may be housed in an area that has the reputation of or history of what you would consider segregation. And really what that means is they have a locked door and a different security tray slot available for passing of meals and other things to them when the door is locked. In an individual situation where we don't want the person to be transferred to the administrative controls unit or stay in an extended period of lockdown, we may house an individual in one of these housing units and have what we call an individualized behavior treatment plan for that person that still brings them out of their room, similar to general population times out of their room, but from that housing unit into other areas of the facility to access programming, services, recreation, and so forth. So in the situation that you mentioned, potentially at Maine Correctional Center, where an individual's reported being there for 30, 60, 90 days in that setting, they may be housed in that area. That individual's coming out every single day for many hours of the day to recreate with other general population residents, to participate in programming, treatment, and other services. And then they go back to that secure room at the end of their program period, at the end of their recreation period. And we do that because we do things in an individualized manner for what is best for that individual, what is best for the safety and security of everybody involved, not wanting to keep them locked down in a restrictive or segregated manner. So that's clarification on what you heard. You get really one side of the story through what you heard last week. That's really hopefully rounds out the picture so that you don't believe somebody is sitting in long-term solitary confinement at one of our facilities, just sitting in their room, because that's absolutely not the case.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I guess, so what my understanding is that there's a level system that's used in the administrative control unit. And how much time, so is that correct? And so like a level 1 resident, how much time would that person get out of their cell?
In the administrative control unit specifically, is that what you're asking about? Yes. The level system? Okay. Yeah, so absolutely. The ACU has a level system, and the ACU level system aims to have individuals out of their room for at least 4 hours per day. And that would be for recreation activities. It could be for programming, treatment. We also offer ability to have meals outside of their room. Those opportunities would factor into that 4 hours out of their room per day. Now, I will clarify, that's offered to them. Not all individuals want to come out of their room for those 4 hours per day. And so if individuals report that they spend 2, 3, 4 of those hours in their room and it's not afforded to them, that's by their choice. The officers make those time periods available to all of those individuals. And then their level, if they go up, say, to level 2 or level 3, the opportunity potentially for paid work to come out additionally, the opportunity for a different sort of program that adds on or something of those sorts would add to that 4 hours out of their room.
Okay, and so in administrative control,
Representative Lookner, I really would like
Okay.
to proceed. If you would keep those questions aside, I'll come back to you for
Okay.
sure, but I have 3 people. I appreciate that.
thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you,
Um,
Deputy Commissioner.
Senator Seaway, followed by Representative Pickett, and then Representative Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I have Sheriff Nichols come on?
Okay. Now we're going into the jail setting, correct?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Sheriff Trafton, is this who do you wish to speak with, Senator Seaway?
Well, I was.
I thought
if-
it was
if-
Sheriff Nichols.
Yeah, I don't,
I had said Sheriff Nichols, but I didn't know if he was on or not, but if not, then that Sheriff Trafton's fine.
Okay, go right ahead.
So Sheriff, I guess you're speaking for the MSA, right? Correct, Sheriff Trafton?
Well, I was under the understanding that Sheriff Nichols was going to be on.
I'm pulling him in.
Okay, great. He has more knowledge about this than I do, so thank you.
He should pop up here in a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff Nichols, I see you on the thing. I see your mute's off, but that's, good morning, good afternoon, I guess. It's almost afternoon. So I just wanted to ask you, I know segregation seems like that's kind of a word that they're not using much these days for extended periods of time, but sometimes it does happen, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if safety first for everyone is included, even including the individual. And I just, how would you think that this bill would affect the safety of the general population and the individual involved, not taking in consideration as to why they're at, and they're just to put them back in because of hours? And that's one question. And then the other is, it seems like this bill would interfere with the direction of the review process that's in place for safety right now. And how does that fit in for the jails?
Well, I mean, first of all, we don't like to use the word segregation. In our situation, like for Franklin County, we use this process to not only protect the inmate who may have been acting out, but also for the other inmates, the safety of other inmates too. We've had situations where an inmate's extremely combative, not only attacking staff, but also attacking fellow inmates. And you just had to separate these people from the general population to protect all involved. And they're kept there only long enough until they either calm down, and speak with the people who do with our psychological services, and then they're allowed back in. So they could be there a day, they could be there 2 or 3 days, who knows how long they're there. And every jail, they all play by ear from what I understand. What's the second part of your question, sir?
I guess, how would the review process be affected by this bill if they're telling you after 20 hours you have to put them back in general population? Seems like there wouldn't even be a review process. It would be just automatic, and it would be putting people in harm's way more than it is a safety net.
Well, I'll just give you a recent example, okay? We had an inmate last year who was acting out in the way I described. I even had to get involved with a fray with this individual. He was so bad that we asked for the DOC to take him off our hands and put him in their unit down there. Because no matter what was done with this individual, he was just too dangerous to allow back into the general population. So the state prison in Warren was kind enough to take him off our hand, which they do in situations like this. I mean, that's just one example of what would happen if we had some sort of one size fits all time limit assigned to everybody. Everybody's different, and nobody likes to keep people away from the general population. It's just some people have issues that are above and beyond, you know. So I'm not sure if that answered your question or not.
And just to follow up, Madam Chair, on this one, just one question, just whenever you put them in a safe place, like you're talking, doesn't that cost more for manpower to watch that individual?
Yes, I mean, we're usually, sometimes it goes to the point where we have to have one-on-one, where we have to call somebody else in to stay right with them and just watch them continuously. If we don't have the one-on-one, they get, you know, the every 15 minutes check-in, like anybody else in Max would, of course. But if they're an extreme problem, then we would have to bring somebody in to just basically stay eyes on that individual.
Thank you.
Sheriff, I'd like a clarification on that. One-on-one, is that determined by medical? Could be suicide ideation or something? Who decides who gets one-on-one?
Classification officers working in conjunction with our people who are involved with our psychological services as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have Representative Pickett, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, I do have a question for you, and then I'll circle back. I wanted to talk with Dr. Thornell as well, but I'll wait until this conversation with you is over. The question I have for you is, when is the last time, to your knowledge in the state, that in a county jail, that a prisoner has been put in a cell and left there for a long period of time, and only been given meals and been completely segregated from everybody, no opportunity to get out of the cell, no opportunity to make a phone call, none of these things that we know happen. When is the last time that you can remember that took place in the state?
Personally, sir, I'm not aware of any time.
And because you're not, tell me what, if a person like you have described gets put into a place apart from the general population in your jail, how does that work? Tell me, from when they get there, how do they get to the point where they can get back, and what are they allowed to do when they are there?
Well, again, that's the decision that's made by our counselors that are at the jail, as well as medical staff, as well as our classification officers. They get to the point where they feel safe enough they can allow this person back into the regular classification pod, then that's when the decision is made and they're moved over.
Okay, and I follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. I see you nodding, so I think you must be saying.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, do you still stand by your statement that you have in your testimony that you presented, that the physical and mental well-being of an inmate is monitored constantly, and with all of the things that they have available to them on right there in the jail facility, their safety and the safety of the inmates, of the other inmates, are of extreme importance, as well as the corrections officers, and by that statement, their mental well-being, physical and mental well-being is not only monitored, but it's of utmost concern from you as a jail, from your jail administrator who runs your jail.
Of course. I mean, that's just, yeah. Correct statement.
Thank you. And I'll circle back on Dr. Thornell after the questioning on this.
Representative Necki, you joined us after we did our introduction. So if you would tell the public who you are and state your question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Shelley Rudnicki, and I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. More of a statement than a question, but I'm concerned where this is a work session. I'm concerned that we are getting into the weeds here. We pay these folks good money to run our jails, the commissioners and all that. And I feel like we're micromanaging on some of these things that we're dealing with. This particular issue sounds like the commissioner has already taken steps to make changes several years ago, from the sounds of it, that these changes have been made and they're not exactly what some that had been presented with us. Some of the stuff that I guess that's been presented from the public testimony and everything happened years ago, not what's going on right now. And I feel like we are trying to micromanage what's going on in the jails and in the prison system. So, I mean, I'm just going to state here that I'm going to vote ought not to pass on this particular bill because I think it's more micromanaging. So thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. I have a couple of questions. My first question is for Jane, and then I have questions for Dr. Thornell. Jane, I'm sorry, you may have said this and I may have missed it. Did we get any of the answers to the questions that we asked of the commissioner?
I did not get any answers, particularly any answers in writing before today. I don't have anything.
Thank you. My email is exploding, so I didn't want to say something and have missed a very important email. So I wanted to be clear. Thank you. Dr. Thornell, thank you for being here. And, you know, when I look at I'm looking at the testimony, which you can't see because we're on TV screens together or computer screens together. But when I look at the testimony that you all submitted, it's tough for us to, as a committee, you know, generally what we do when we have a proposal in front of us is we get an idea of, you know, what are the parts of the proposal that stakeholders are opposed to, and then we can talk about the parts of the proposal that stakeholders are opposed to. And I know you were here for our previous bill and you heard a lot of those conversations, right? You know, MMA had some concerns and the sponsor worked on dealing with those concerns, and, you know, the state police had some concerns and we worked on those. And that's sort of how we do our work, right? And we ultimately hope to come to a place where all the stakeholders have, you know, had their needs met, and then we can reach some sort of agreement. What's tough about the testimony from the department in this case is that basically you say, you know, basically this doesn't happen, therefore this isn't a problem, therefore we're opposed to the bill. Follow up with, we asked other questions. We asked for what's the demographics of the population of folks that are in the ACU. And I appreciate that you're saying there are 7. What are the demographics of those folks? We've asked for that information. We haven't received that information either. Do you think that it would be possible for the Department of Corrections to sort of go through the bill and let us know what are the parts that you are okay with and what are the parts that you aren't okay with, and just give us a place to start working?
Thank you for the questions, Representative. I can clarify that I'm not sure that I did not receive anything directly, at least in writing with the specific questions on them. So I apologize that we did not respond to a written request for questions if that came through. I believe of the questions that might have been asked earlier on when Jane was reviewing the information this morning for the group. The only one that has not been answered yet from what she mentioned was when the administrative controls unit, I guess, was developed, or when it came to, and that policy was first created in September of 2014. So I'll just let you know that now while I have the opportunity to, having heard those questions from Jane's discussion this morning. In response to your other question about the department's testimony and position on this bill, the department regularly meets with and works with all kinds of stakeholders on legislation that is proposed. As you know, from just earlier this morning, we were on a different Zoom meeting together, working through legislation, finding common ground and things that we can support and work on. And that works very well. We've done that with many members on this committee, as well as other stakeholders and our resident population. We have great success at that. And I think our track record speaks in the positive for that. Our position on this bill is what it is because we truly do not believe or feel or demonstrate, and we've demonstrated that we do not need this legislation. Our efforts since September of 2015, when then Warden Liberty and myself as a director at the time took over restrictive housing efforts for the department until now, address the concerns that this bill seeks to address. We have a system in place that allows for safety and security of our staff and residents, but also allows for the least restrictive alternatives in any situation responding to an incident of violence, of dangerousness, or otherwise. And it has a strong track record. When we produce information about our incidents in our facilities, they are at rock bottom levels. We have very safe and secure facilities, and we do not have individuals locked down in our facilities for 22, 23, 24 hours a day, not being able to come out of their rooms, access services, programming, or otherwise, which is what this bill is trying to get to. Therefore, we don't believe we need this bill. The legislation that's in front of you today is nearly word for word a copy and paste of the Senate bill that was passed in New York State last year. That's been discussed, and we are not New York State, and we do not know the results of the legislation in New York because New York isn't even implementing the bill until later this year. And so they don't even have these practices in place to produce evidence of good or bad outcomes. We have current evidence of good outcomes, of a good placement process, and a good transition to general population. And so that's why our position is what it is. We do not believe that this bill is necessary, nor do we believe we should go through and pick out pieces of it that would be put into statute, because we believe our policies and practices do exactly what's intended.
What does the 30-day review, when Representative Lookner was asking you about that you have to sign off on the 30-day review, what does that pertain to?
The 30-day review I was speaking about with Representative Lookner has to do with the administrative controls unit. And so the 30-day review is part of our efforts to ensure due process in the placement and continued housing of individuals outside of general population. And so our administrative controls unit is outside of general population. And so we follow due process in the placement, review, and transition from that unit. And so upon placement in that unit, they go through a multidisciplinary team review board where the resident is present and involved in that conversation and decision. And then every 30 days from there, we do the review that I was speaking about with Representative Lookner.
It's a 30-day review for restrictive housing,
No, that's a 30-day review for the Administrative Controls Unit, which is
what you
not
call restrictive
housing.
housing. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. The questions that I asked that I would like answered before the next work session are around the demographics of the 7 folks that are in the Administrative Controls Unit. And then I also asked, and thank you, you did get me that it was named at the Maine State Prison, at the Maine State Prison, I want to make sure I use the proper terminology. At the Maine State Prison, restrictive housing, which is not solitary confinement and it's not segregation, it's restrictive housing, is called Administrative Control Unit. What I'm also wondering is, what is it called in Wyndham? What is it called at the Women's Center? What is it called at Long Creek, Charleston, and Bolduc? Those were some questions. I'm looking for the answers to those before the next work session. And the third question that I had was, when was the last time the DOC settled a case around restrictive housing? Thank you.
If I may, Senator, can I provide a brief response with some of that information?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's important. I just want to clarify, and certainly we'll get you the information that you requested, Representative. So thank you for clarifying that. I do want to draw a distinction in 2 spots. One is the Administrative Controls Unit is not restrictive housing. And I think that's important because the terminology continues to get confused and moved around in conversation. And so I want to make sure we're all speaking the same terminology. And so what I would like to address the second piece of that, where you asked what it's called at our other facilities, what restrictive housing is called. And so if I might, I would like to just give some clarification to that so everybody, so that we're all speaking on the same page. At all of our facilities, the restrictive housing status within the department is called administrative status. So anybody who is placed on to a restrictive housing status, regardless of where they are at, it is called an administrative status. So any form that we fill out, any process that's completed, it's for the administrative status placement designation. That is our restrictive housing. That is what I spoke about earlier with Representative Lookner, that has its first review at 72 hours at the latest and has an average placement time of 5 days. And so that occurs at the Women's Center, that occurs at Maine State Prison, that occurs at Maine Correctional Center, and at Mountain View Correctional Facility. To answer your question, Representative Warren, that does not occur at the Bolduc Correctional Facility because it is a minimum security facility. They do not have the ability to put somebody on that status, just like the Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center would not either. The Long Creek Youth Development Center is governed by a completely different set of policies and procedures outside of our restrictive housing conversation. And I'd also just like to clarify that the Maine Department of Corrections began adopting the term restrictive housing. We do not use the term solitary confinement. We began adopting that in 2016, which followed the U.S. Department of Justice's report, whom some of you may remember under President Barack Obama, issued the report and recommendations concerning the use of restrictive housing. And that report also produced guiding principles on that topic. And in that report, they specifically addressed that solitary confinement should not be used as a designation or term for all these segregation practices, because not all of those segregation practices are solitary in nature. And so at that time, we adopted the same definition and practices of the Department of Justice that really focuses restrictive housing on removing a resident from the general population, placing them in a locked room or cell with the inability to leave that room for 22 hours or more per day. And so I just want to make that clarification. It's important that we all speak, I think, those same terms to avoid confusion. And to also note that we are not making up terms or changing terms regularly or anything of that nature. We are following best practices and guiding principles from reports, federal agencies, and otherwise. So, thank you.
Like clarification on something you said, and then I've got a couple of people with their hands up. It sounds like when you're talking administrative segregation, other than that, you use the term general population. General population is the normal transition to housing units, could be a program unit or what have you. But the moment someone is being considered to be removed from the freedom of general population, that would trigger a report, an investigation, a review, and which generates more reports. I recall much documentation. I've not heard that term, but would you clarify that? I mean, there are steps to going in there and there are steps going out. And so you talk about an interdisciplinary team. I think what's missing is the knowledge that you just don't do that. It's the whole string of documentation of why you did certain steps. So am I correct, or has something changed?
No, thank you, Senator, for the question, and happy to provide that clarification. It's critically important. So when an individual following an incident is placed onto administrative status, that occurs immediately, as you say, because safety and security for staff and residents is the utmost importance. Following that placement, the shift supervisor completes the initial administrative status placement form, which requires a whole host of information justifying that immediate placement. And then it goes up through the shift commander, who is overseeing that operations for that facility and that shift. And then it goes up through the unit team, up through the unit manager, and to the facility administration. Once that occurs, to your point, Senator, it triggers a whole host of things. It triggers a behavioral health and medical review of that individual. And so within that first 24 hours onto that status, behavioral health and medical check-in with that individual. It is not just a review of paper charts. It is an actual check-in with the resident that's documented. And then the unit team goes about their investigation, which could involve security staff, investigative staff, depending on what the situation is, might involve interviews of other residents. And then no later than 72 hours following that placement, there is a multidisciplinary review board that's conducted. And then the person's status is determined at that time. There is the ability to keep them on that status if further investigation is needed or further secure housing is needed, or they are released back onto their general population status. The average time spent on that administrative status across the department is currently 5 days. And then those individuals are moved out back into their general population status and continue on as is.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That clarifies it. Thank you. I now have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we've had a lot of conversation and a lot of good conversation, a lot of answers to questions. I make a motion ought not to pass.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Well, the motion's been made. Any discussion on that motion? I'm torn a little bit, but the Representative Talbot Ross hasn't had a chance to say, but let's see where this goes. So Any discussion on the motion ought not to pass? Seeing none.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we have our hands up that this isn't a tabling motion, so we can all still continue to speak. So there's no reason for Representative Talbot Ross not to be able to speak.
Exactly. I thank you for the clarification. I was hesitant on that, but I will recognize Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Warren. I think I am grateful to be able to participate in some aspect of this discussion. I want to really thank Representative Lookner for bringing the legislation forward. As someone who has been working within the correctional system as a volunteer for many, many years, this has long been a subject of deep, deep, deep concern. It's good to see you, Dr. Thornell. I wanted to go into the area around your demographics. And I also, I'm on your website, so I'm looking at data that has been made publicly available. And I just as a piece of advice, back to Representative Warren's question, in trying to understand the data, I'm on your December 2021 monthly report. It is very confusing around the terminology. You move from one graph that uses restrictive housing and special management status to administrative controls unit, and there is no definitions about what these things mean. So for the public who's trying to access this data, to try to understand it, and as a lawmaker, to try to understand the data, it's very confusing, very confusing. So if there's any way to put in terminology into somewhere on this, within the reports, I think the public would benefit from it greatly. So I'm trying to understand the restrictive housing and special management status during the month of December 2021 shows for males that there were 9 Black or African American, there were 2 Native American, which resulted in Black African American being 21% of the population, again, in restrictive housing and special management status. 21% of the population in this type of housing. And for Native American, almost 5%. For each one of these populations, African Americans only make up 11.5% of the total population. So they make up 11.5% of the total population, but they're 21% of the restrictive housing and special management status during the month of December 2021. For Native Americans, they are only 2.5% of the total population, but yet they're almost 5% of the population in these units. On the female side, there's 1 African American, which makes up 25% of that population, and 1 Native American, 25% of the population in restrictive housing special management status, when Black women only comprise 5% of the total population and Native Americans 4%. You get where I'm going, right? These are really acute disparities in restrictive housing special management status. And I will say that as I look deeper into this report, and by the way, there is no report online for January 2022, nor is there a yearly report for 2021. But when you delve deeper into the reporting that you released, it shows average length of completed stay on a special housing status. And it gives a year account for the completed stays, because you keep saying that 5 days average placement for out of a 12-month period, Dr. Thornell, you only have data for 2 months, June of 21 and October of 21. All of the other months that show the average number of days residents spent on each status is not available. So I bring this data to you because for me, it's conflicts just a little bit with what I'm hearing you narrate today. The data that is being reported for December 2021 shows acute racial disparities, and it does not give us the necessary data from just last year to look at the average number of days residents spent in each status. So before I can take a vote respectfully on an ought not to pass, I really respectfully think that the information that has been previously requested, and I heard your answer, you said, I'm not sure, I understood it was requested, but I have a request. And that is to understand this data a little bit better, to delve a little bit deeper into the racial disparities of this as it relates to this bill. And I will, once it is appropriate, Madam Chair, I would move for a tabling. I believe we need this information in order to take a vote, and it's still missing for me. So I thank you for my time.
Give me a moment, please. I will be very honest, having never had a tabling motion while another motion is being considered. I am looking at some things I have.
Senator DeChambeau.
Go right ahead.
Aye.
I believe that Representative Talbot Ross said that she would make a tabling motion when it was appropriate. She did, she asked some questions and she added commentary, so it would not be appropriate at that point to make the tabling motion. However, I would make a tabling motion, and a tabling motion is higher than any other motion. I don't know how to say it other than that. So it doesn't matter that there's another motion on the floor. I move to table.
I'll second.
Frankly,
Oops, you're on mute, Senator.
no, I'm sorry. Frankly, that's where I'm struggling, and that's my first impression, that a tabling motion stops all other. So I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. There was a motion on the floor, but a tabling motion is evident, been seconded. We will have a roll call vote of tabling motion, please.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Breckett,
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross,
Yes.
Representative Blickner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
No.
Representative Costin is absent. Representative Brudnicki,
No.
Representative Newman. No, he's absent. Representative Pluka,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator COA
No.
and Senator DeChambeau.
No,
Did you say no?
no, correct.
6 in the affirmative, 4 negative, and 3 absent.
Thank you.
Could I ask who seconded that, please?
Lookner, Representative Lookner.
Thank you.
All right. So we shall table this. Not sure.
Okay, so they just tabled that. You got a ways to go.
Excuse me, what was that?
She's on the phone. I muted her,
Oh.
Senator.
Okay. I'm not sure what we're tabling it for, so I will leave it at that. So let's move on.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Pickett.
the next bill is probably going to take some time as well. Any chance we could take like maybe a half an hour break to grab some lunch and not go into 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon without that and having I think that might be I think probably we'd do that if we were there in person at the State House. So it might be a good idea to give people a chance to just grab something.
Yeah,
I second that emotion or physical need.
okay, we shall return. I'm gonna say, to be correct, we could say 1, but I'm gonna say 1:05. So we shall return. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shelley, if you're still on, could you set up a Zoom?
I'll do so right now.
Did you say 105? Senator? Nope, you're on mute.
Yes, Darlene, 105, please.
Thank you. And I found the list where the order is. Did I do it right the second time?
I think so. I think you're fine.
Yeah, okay, very good. Wow. So much for a lunch break. I got the microwave on fire.
Who was that said that?
Me.
Nothing too bad, was it?
I have to buy Representative Terry a new microwave.
Oh my God.
It's like, oh, I was starving, right? So it's like, all right, I'm going to go throw the pizza in the microwave. I'm going to go to the ladies' room. And when I come back, it's going to be all ready. And I walk in the room and it's like flames in the microwave.
What, do they have aluminum foil in it?
No, it's just a pizza box from next door, but it had pepperoni and the paper
Yeah.
was greasy. And I think that's what caught it on fire. And I'm
Wow.
like, oh, great.
I see 5 of us here.
Is there 5? Well, Jane popped on for a minute.
So 1, 2,
3 or 2, 3,
Yeah, there's 3 of you, 4 of you.
4.
I guess Pickett's on his way.
Yeah, I haven't seen him pop on yet. Oh, there he is.
Oh, the next one is the Good Samaritan. Yes, Commissioner Sawchuk.
You want the commissioner in there?
Yeah, bring him in, might as
Excuse
well.
me, Senator,
so we
I'd
can
like
get
to wait
moving.
till, I'd like to wait till my members get here, just a couple more minutes.
I'm not starting, I'm just bringing them in.
Well, we're actually live.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't, nope, there she is. So you want the sponsor to come in, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know why it wasn't working this morning, but it's working now, so I can move them in and out again. Maybe. Don't put any matches near me or anything like that.
Appreciate the warning, Darlene.
It's like, what the heck? It's like, it's not like it's the first time I ever like do this committee stuff. I'm like, I can't believe this stuff isn't working.
So we have lost probably, wait a minute, 12:45 to 1:30, Representative Morales would have been out. I think we've lost Representative Lookner. And do you recall if Representative Pluker's coming back?
He has bills right now over in ag. He'll pop back in and out.
Okay. So who are we waiting for?
Representative Galgay Reckett is here, so we can begin.
1, 2. All right. We're going to begin, Ms. Semino. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We will go to our 3rd bill for the day. And this is an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. Ms. Semino, did you bring in Commissioner Sawchuk, please? And this is LD 1862. And Ms. Overton, this is your, you'll be presenting, okay? While you do that, for some reason,
Already?
yes, thank you. I had to find my file.
Sure,
You
that's
want-
okay. Thank
you
you,
want-
Madam Chair. This is LD 1862, an act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. I won't go into the contents of the original bill because they were proposed for a complete replacement with an amendment that Senator Maxman presented at the work session. The amendment, I'll just go through it very briefly. It proposes to provide immunity from arrest and prosecution for a person who in good faith seeks assistance for a person with a drug overdose, for the overdosing person, and for any other person present at the location when the medical or professional or law enforcement officer arrives to provide assistance. That immunity lasts from when the medical professional or law enforcement officer arrives until the medical professional or law enforcement officer leaves the location of the medical emergency. The person is protected from arrest or prosecution for a violation of the law, except for some listed excluded crimes, and for protection from revocation or termination proceedings related to certain forms of release or community or supervised confinement. If the grounds for arrest or prosecution or revocation result from the medical professional or law enforcement officer responding to the call, or if the identity of the person is obtained as a result of the response to the call. I won't read you the excluded crimes, but they are laid out there. There was a good deal of testimony on this bill. Walter McKees, who serves on the Criminal Law Commission, but he was probably testifying, yes, for the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, suggested some slight changes to the protection from termination or revocation of conditions of release. And those are, they were sent to you and they're in the bill analysis. He is just suggesting that that language be expanded to include termination from community confinement monitoring under Title 30A, Chapter 13, Subchapter 4, and that termination be added twice in the following paragraph. In terms of information, you did send for some information on this, and Commissioner Sawchuk sent you information from the options program about the current Good Samaritan law. It's a packet that I sent out to you Tuesday at 11 o'clock. You also received testimony from Whitney Parish for the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. I wanted to make sure that you knew that that had come in. And you also got a response yesterday at 5 o'clock from Attorney General Aaron Fry about the definition of public safety as it relates to the duties of the office. That was a question put to him directly. I think also this morning you received a proposed amendment from the Department of Public Safety, which goes back to the current Good Samaritan law and somewhat expands it, but does not repeal it. The proposal from Senator Maxman repeals the current law and puts in a different one that also builds on it, but not as far, builds on it farther than the Department of Public Safety proposal. And you also have a note from Bob Howe from the Chiefs of Police Association saying that they have reviewed the proposed amendment from the Department of Public Safety and they support that amendment. That's all I have.
Wow. All right. I'll double check. I think I may have missed one or two of them, but I'll look. Thank you. So Representative Pickett, your hand is up.
Yeah, I've got a question for the commissioner.
Okay. I will turn it over to Senator Maxman to see if there's anything she would like to add.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to lead by saying I'm going to ask the committee to table this today. I met with the AG's office on Monday and I received their proposed amendments and thoughts at 4 p.m. yesterday. I did not receive the commissioner's amendment this morning. It had to be forwarded on to me, and by the time I saw it, it was about 10 a.m. So I have not had a chance to review any of the suggestions that have come. On my cursory look of the commissioner's amendment, I do not support it. It is not aligned with our goal of saving lives and making it clear and easy that folks can feel safe calling 911. The issues that we're talking about with the Attorney General's office fall into two main buckets. One is who is covered at the location, and the other is what crimes are covered. So that's what I'm discussing with them, but I simply haven't been given the time to have an adequate response for today.
I then will turn it over to Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. In light of the sponsor's statements that she made on her bill, and obviously she's made it very clear on what she'd like to see happen with her bill, and the fact that she is opposed to the amended language that the commissioner brought in, and the commissioner is here. I wonder if we could, if it would be all right to ask the commissioner to explain clearly his proposed language, just so everybody knows, even if it doesn't go anywhere, everybody knows exactly where the department and the commissioner is standing on this bill. So I'd like to ask him to do that.
So Representative Pickett, you want the commissioner to comment or explain more his proposed amendment, correct?
Right, so that we all know and understand completely what that proposed amendment means.
Right. Welcome, Commissioner Sacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see everybody. I know you've had a long day already, but thanks for making us a couple minutes for me. I appreciate the question, Representative Pickett. I would also just apologize, Senator Maxman, for the late delivery of that information. I know everybody's on the run all the time and did not have a lot of time to digest that, but I do appreciate your comments. A couple of things that to speak directly to the amended language as we've proposed it. That's ultimately the Maine Prosecutors Association and Maine Chiefs of Police support is that we did want to make sure that we were honoring the core definition behind a Good Samaritan in our mind, which is somebody that's proactively taking action to save somebody's life in this scenario. So what I mean by that is that we wanted to look at that definition, and we fully understand that as the law is currently drafted, somebody that would call for assistance is currently covered. Obviously, the victim or the patient would be covered, and somebody giving naloxone would be covered. But when we did look nationally, we did see other examples of an expansion of the individuals that would be covered that would, in my mind, be truly a good Samaritan, doing something actively to save somebody's life. So the natural example that I would give you is, as it's currently drafted, somebody that's given CPR, somebody that's given chest compressions, and somebody that's given rescue breathing would not be covered under the Good Samaritan law. And so we wanted to work in that rendering aid. And then there's a line in there that I think would help define that. An example of rendering aid to a person in these circumstances might be giving first aid or looking after the person until medical help arrives. I think it also then leads itself to the affirmative defense language that we were also comfortable with in applying that to the existing statute. And I don't think we need to necessarily define exactly what rendering aid would mean above and beyond what that sentence implies, in the sense that somebody's going to have an opportunity to go in front of a judge and say, pre-trial, and say, geez, this is what I was doing. I think I was rendering aid. Well, let's let a judge make that determination. And they'll have the opportunity to do that. So rather than trying to get into 100 different hypotheticals of this, would this be rendering aid or that, we did provide that one straightforward sentence as an expansion of the existing language and the existing coverage under the law, as well as incorporating that affirmative defense opportunity. So again, thank you very much. That's pretty straightforward. I think working with prosecutors, having conversations with folks, we did just take it back to the existing language because we made a couple of tweaks there rather than changing the entire scope of the statute itself. And that's why we went back to that original language. Thank you very much, Representative, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have Representative Morales. Representative Pickett, did at hand just go up?
No.
Thank you. Representative Morales, please.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm sorry if I didn't hear this, but Commissioner, did you say that the main prosecutors and the main chiefs of police are supportive of the bill, the current bill?
The amended language, that's correct.
The amended language. Oh, I did not realize that. Okay.
Yep.
And as you have submitted the testimony as of yesterday on the amended language, it does sound like there has been some movement on your end as well. And that there are potential, just listening to what the sponsor said is, receiving it late, receiving some more information this morning. Would you be willing to have more discussions moving forward if we were to table this bill?
And we're always interested in conversations, Representative, for sure. I think our proposed amendment here is a solid move. I'm not sure how much further we'll be willing to go, but I'm always happy to have that conversation for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Warren.
I think Jane had something to add, so I'll defer for a second.
I saw that after I said your name, so go ahead, Jane.
Okay, I just think there might be some confusion about what's the amended language. Could the commissioner just clarify for his department, the Prosecutors Association and the chiefs of police, what language they support?
They support the amendment as I've submitted. And that was sent out to the various, to all the committee members this morning, 9 o'clock-ish, I think.
Thank you.
If that's helpful. I know there's a few of these things flying around, but it's the one that I did send out directly to the committee members this morning, and then Jane ultimately posted right after that to a broader group.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That helps. I was confused about what they were supporting. So you had time to send it to the prosecutors and the chiefs, but not to the sponsor? And
I had
you,
time to
and
work
I
it
sent
through.
it to the sponsor this morning. I just needed to be clear because when Jane said it, I got excited. I thought she was saying the chiefs of police supported the bill. So you understand the confusion. But they supported your amendment to the bill that then we saw this morning and I forwarded to the sponsor.
That's correct, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. When we're ready, I would like to have Courtney Allen come in, since really this is a bill about saving lives. So the experts on saving lives are the folks who do harm reduction, offer treatment, run the recovery centers in our state. As we heard from Commissioner Sawchuk last time, the role of the police still is not just focused on saving lives. And this bill is really about saving lives. So unless other folks have more questions for Commissioner Sawchuk, I'd like to bring in Ms. Allen.
I'll recognize Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to just respond to Representative Warren. And only light of this is, it looks as though this is more than likely going to be a tabled bill. And if it is going to be tabled, we would be going through all of this stuff in another work session. I just would ask the good representative if it would be better to just have that at that work session and go through it all and get it all taken care of then, rather than do it today and then have to do it again then. Just a question, that's all.
Thank you. I really appreciate the question. And I understand that. I would just like, before we end today and before we move on to tabling the bill, I would like Ms. Allen to come in and remind us what's happening on the ground. Why have people asked Senator Maxman, who has been working with the recovery communities for more than just this bill? Remember that it was her bill that created the recovery hubs. She has a history of working with folks on the ground. And I would just like us to, before we table, have a reminder of what is the purpose of the bill. So what we have is we have the commissioner in the department saying no, and that's, that's everybody's prerogative. But it's also good to remind ourselves of why are we attempting to change this? So with the leave of the committee, I'd appreciate the opportunity to do that. And maybe I should ask also if the senator is okay with that, the sponsor, before we table the bill for today.
Ask that question again. That one question at the bottom. What are you asking me to agree to?
Oh, I'm
Hello?
sorry, I was asking the sponsor.
Oh.
Oh, apologies. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess Representative Warren asked if there's anybody that wanted to speak before the other, and I do. I just wanted to ask Commissioner Shostak if what is to me, Good Samaritan means just that, you're being a good Samaritan trying to save a life. And it sounds like this is, and I'm asking you, Commissioner, if you think this is expanding more than just that life, if you're looking at trying to take care of, I think from what Representative Warren's saying, that this is more about drug addictions and whatever, other than the life you're saving. And I don't know if that goes beyond what the Good Samaritan thing.
And I'm calling them today to find out. I gave them plenty of time to consider.
I think Representative Pickett, you're on.
I muted him.
Okay.
I appreciate the question, Senator. I just think from a traditional Good Samaritan law perspective, our interpretation of that is somebody that does in fact proactively attempt to save somebody's life. And an example could be somebody has a heart attack on the sidewalk and two people are there assisting that individual with CPR and calling. I think they're a Good Samaritan. if there's 10 people standing around in a crowd videotaping what's going on, which seems to be a theme in 2022, they're not good Samaritans. And they're not proactively taking action to save that individual. And there's going to be different takes on that. There's going to be different interpretations of Good Samaritan. I think our expansion of that definition here does meet with the spirit of what we discussed in the first session, and is an expansion of the existing law. It's not just us saying no, it's saying let's expand that and let's bring some more people in under that protection. But I appreciate the question, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, did you just say that people are standing around videotaping while folks are overdosing?
No, that's not what I said at all, Representative.
Oh,
What I
I
said
think-
is I gave you an example of a heart attack as an example on a sidewalk. What we find in many cases on the law enforcement side is there may be an accident, there may be this, there may be that, but rather than calling and assisting, people are too busy videotaping what's going on. That example was not anything to do with an overdose scene and people videotaping that scenario.
I've been asked to recognize Courtney Allen or anyone else. I will tell you that I am somewhat disturbed by that when we have comments that it will be tabled. I also agree with Representative Pickett. We've already had a long day. We have a couple more. And correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Maxim, I thought that you are coming in asking to table one in part that you have just received the recommended amendment from the commissioner. And I apologize for that too. We should have said, we've asked someone to send that amendment, and it just escaped me and a couple of others that it didn't go to you. So I think that is quite difficult, that we've got a long agenda and we're
Okay, Madam Chair,
be
if you don't
listening.
want to afford
I
me to hear
know,
from someone.
I will. I am getting there. Representative Warren, I will listen, and we shall all listen. And I hope we come back with some resolve. And at some point, if you want to table it afterwards, keep in mind that it just doesn't seem to sit well right now. So, Ms. Allen, I will recognize you if you wish to make a comment.
Thank you, Senator and committee, for hearing me. I will keep this brief. Thank you for hearing me again. So I just want to remind you all that this is a direct call from the recovery community to negotiate in good faith on the Good Samaritan law. We are asking this committee and the commissioner and the governor to help us save lives. And I haven't had a chance to read the amendment fully yet either, because we also just saw it at 9 o'clock this morning. What I will say is that we would like to negotiate with the governor's office and the commissioner on what it means to save lives. At this present moment, without talking to anybody on the ground, because I haven't had a chance, that I do understand where the commissioner is coming from with rendering aid portion of the amendment that he's submitted. We are not in agreement around the expansion of the bill of the criminal offenses. For our community, we do not see that as an effort to save lives. We see that as an effort to not save lives, to put it simply. Though again, we would like to negotiate. So if we can table the bill for today and then have these conversations offline.
Okay, anyone? I'm gonna be very blunt and ask this question because I've struggled with this since I've read this and heard testimony about saving lives. How does expanding it to anyone in the room or what have you save lives from the original bill that's only 3 years old, that does protect the person that makes the call to the point where that person may be on probation and they don't intervene at that time. So I want to struggle, tell you that that is difficult to understand. How giving somewhat immunity to other people who aren't rendering aid saves a life. Could you please expand on that?
Thank you, Senator. I will reiterate that I just said that I am in agreement with the commissioner that we should make it so that it's to rendering aid. We do believe that people on the scene of an overdose, if they are not rendering aid, are also not forcing people to not call 911 as well. But again, I will say that we agree with the commissioner that we move it to rendering aid and then negotiate about what crimes this covers.
All right, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. What the data and research is showing us, and Gordon Smith has hosted quite a few discussions with Professor Sorg up at the University of Maine. We have her research and data around Good Samaritan and the need for expansion of Good Samaritan, because quite frankly, somebody showed up at my house and I'm babysitting my brother's dogs. People aren't calling 911, and we need people to call.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay. So Ms. Allen, and I guess I will, the head one would be the sponsor, Senator Maximum. Do you agree with what Ms. Allen has suggested, that you intend to negotiate with the commissioner who just told you that this is as far as he is willing to agree to? But Ms. Allen again suggested that you and the commissioner and probably the governor's office have a discussion. Is that what you intend to do?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had reached out to the governor's office a long time ago on this one, and I have reached out to them again since, and I haven't heard back from them. As has been mentioned, it seems like a lot of people were consulted on the commissioner's amendment, but I was not. But if anyone had reached out, I would have been happy to. I did reach out to the Attorney General, and Courtney and I talked with him and his team on Monday, and we are in the midst of productive discussions. But again, I only got their substantive amendment language late yesterday afternoon. So the intent is to have a productive conversation about this, because I think that the realities of what's happening on the ground is really not being reflected in the policy conversations that were happening. If I could just add in a couple things, I know that all of you got information on the options program. You can only receive those resources if you call 911. We also just got data from Maine Access Points up in Washington County that from the folks that they're talking to, 90% of people are not calling 911 when there's an overdose. This reality is just simply not being reflected in the way that we're talking about this bill, with all due respect, and especially the crimes that we're talking about. The community is very clear, for example, that probation violations and bail violations have to be included because this is just the reality of what's happening and why the current law is not working. So yes, I do intend to have productive, good faith conversations with all those in leadership positions in our state government. But I also ask the return, which is that the reality of the voices that we're bringing to the table are truly heard and understood.
I've also had a conversation with Attorney General Fry yesterday. I'm wondering, do you believe that he is entertaining an amendment also?
So right now we're kind of going back and forth. I mean, I'm happy to, have a longer conversation about this, but I got a very, very long email with a lot of substantive thoughts from the Attorney General yesterday. And I simply have, it was at 4 p.m. yesterday after we were in Augusta. I simply have not had a chance to really sit down and walk through it. But we did have a very good discussion. I think there are places where we agree and places where we don't agree, but this is an iterative process. And I can't just say that this is where we might land with him or not.
All right, thank you. Representative Reckett, and thank you for letting me ask those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm hearing is that the commissioner has proposed what he believes is a compromise piece. And I hear others saying maybe yes, maybe no. And then what I'm thinking is the negotiations around what really does rendering aid mean, I think is still open for discussion. The commissioner has given several examples. There may be more, there may be less, I don't know. And what those examples of rendering aid are can be informed by what the recovery community has to say. Doesn't mean one would automatically agree with everything that they say, but there might be some piece that would be good to add to the definitional discussion of what is rendering aid. But I think that at this point, really what's in order is to table this motion so that the participants can continue to talk and we can all read everything. I just printed out the commissioner's statement. I haven't even had a chance to look and understand what the crimes are that are or not covered. So I feel myself that I have to look more before I'm able to vote on this. So, but I would like to give everybody on all, and I hate to say sides, because I think we're all on the same side. We all want to save the lives of the people who are in this horrible situation. But I think we don't know what that means to each of us and how it coalesces together. So I think that more conversation needs to happen. I don't see, frankly, the commissioner's position as rigid as others may see it. That could be colored by the fact that I know the commissioner not to be a rigid guy, in spite of the fact that he's the head of public safety. I mean, the reality is, I think that we've got to look at this with an open mind and an open heart and figure out what we can do together to make this better. So even though I've talked much more than I was going to, because I was going to say I want to table this, and it's too late for me to do that now since I've opened my mouth too wide, I do think that that's the right decision today, in spite of our frustration of, I think we tabled everything today, I think at this point. But, I think that it's the important thing to do so that everyone feels heard, so that we can come to a place where we might disagree, but we might agree on more than we disagree. So, thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Representative Rickett. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing that it looks like we've entered into a work session, so I guess I'll have a question for the bill sponsor. Kind of a follow-up to what Senator DeChambeau had to ask you about is about making an asserted effort to provide assistance in there. And what my question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that you're concerned about is the fact of if you're on either bail conditions or conditions of release and you happen to be there, that they could hold you responsible for that. Am I correct, Senator?
Yes.
Not quite. I think I'm pretty clear on that.
No, I mean Senator Maxim.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, Representative.
So if I'm clear on that, then I guess the question I would ask is this, and I'm not saying it in any disrespect to anybody, but if I'm a person that is on bail conditions or conditions of release, and I'm not supposed to be around drugs as part of that, what am I doing at some place where a person is overdosing in the first place? And if I am there, why would I want to hang around? I think that's a fair question.
I hear that question, Representative, and I'm really coming at this from having spent a lot of time talking with Courtney and listening to the stories of the recovery community. And the stories are, they're hanging out with their friends. People are with their families, that we're also human and we make mistakes, And so in this moment when someone's life is at stake, and maybe you made a mistake and and you're there, and maybe you shouldn't be, but you are there. So then what happens in that moment that wasn't planned and that you didn't think was going to happen? People right now are forced to make a choice of, do they stay and help the person that they know and maybe the person that they love, or do they run and save themselves? That's just an intolerable situation for anyone to be in. And it may not be the situation that we want or you want folks to be in, but it is the situation that people are in. So our role as policymakers is not to create the world that we wish to see. It's to respond to the world that is right now and to make it better. And so, that's where this bill is coming in. We can't control people's behavior, but we can control, we're trying to have some control over what happens when someone is overdosing.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Senator Maxim. And I would just say this, that I think we want the same objective here, is to save lives. That's what we want. We want if I'm someplace and a person overdoses, my main concern at that time should be to save that person's life, whether it be pick up a phone and make a phone call, or do CPR, or administer an naloxone, or whatever the case may be. And I'm not talking about me as a law enforcement officer. I'm talking about me as an individual at that location. That's my sole. My friend is in trouble. The person I know that I'm there having an evening with is in trouble. They're overdosing. They need help. And that's what I need to do. So if I am doing what I can do to assist in saving that life, then number one, why should I want to stay there in the first place if I'm not, and we're worried about getting arrested or something if I'm not involved in actually trying to save that person's life? Because that's the thing I'm having trouble with. I'm not having any problem whatsoever with people being there and with people being given immunity with the ability to make a phone call, with them to do whatever. But if I get there and I know that I'm a person that's not supposed to be there and I'm not rendering aid, why would I not leave? The only way, if I stay, that's my own choice. We got to be held accountable for our own choices that we make as well, I guess is what I'm saying. And our objective in the Good Samaritan law, I truly believe, is to save lives, not to worry about if somebody's there and they have something something that they shouldn't be doing that are there, and they choose to stay. That's on them. That's not on the people coming to say it, to render aid. That's my take on it. And I let me tell you, I really appreciate Courtney Allen. I don't get a chance to be in the SUDS meetings as often as I can, but she's there in all the meetings, and she really is she's a great advocate for that, and I understand that fully. But I have to try to put the whole thing in perspective, and that's where I'm having the issue with, is because it's all about saving lives. That's the whole key. It's not about having a group of people and protecting that group of people. It's because having it full. And I guess I would get back to the thing that really I think is the real crux of what we ought to be doing here. And that is getting the educational piece out there and getting it out here so that people know that they can, if they are there, they can make that call if they are rendering aid, rather than reinvent the wheel of the Good Samaritan Act. I'm sorry to go on like that, but I have a lot of emotions about this particular bill as well, because I've had officers of mine that have had the unpleasant experience of going into a place and a needle still in the arm with a hot shot of fentanyl, and they're still and they never made it, and that kind of stuff. So I know and I appreciate this very much, but I don't want to lose the scope of what we're trying to do here, and I think we maybe have just expanded to the point where we're losing that. Thank you.
If I could respond.
Yes, I would like your response.
Thank you so much, Representative. And I really appreciate and hear what you're saying. And I think we agree 100% that folks rendering aid should be covered. And I'm with you there. I think, in my mind, what I think is what does rendering aid mean? Like, I've called 911 sometimes, and sometimes my hands are shaking so hard I can't call, and I have to give the phone to someone else. But I'm there because I care. And what if I don't want to run away? What if I know the person? Or what if I'm there providing emotional support to the person who's performing CPR, or I went to get water, or what does that mean? And I don't feel like I want to be in a position of defining what help looks like in that moment, because it could be something as simple as presence and not running away. And I think that can be recognized as well. But so I think we're in the same arena, just maybe not quite there, but quite close.
Thank you.
I will now recognize Representative Rachel Talbot Ross.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just acknowledge Representative Pickett, the passion that you talk about or have expressed today about the focus on saving lives is really commendable, and for us to continue to think about at the heart of what this is all about, and that is saving more Mainers, saving lives, saving human life. And so thank you for that. I also just want to thank Senator Maxwell for her leadership and the extraordinary work that she's doing. And Ms. Allen, I will agree with Representative Pickett any time that we can share the same space with you. It's an absolute privilege. I have heard over and over again, though, about the agreement on rendering aid. I would suggest, however, and I know I'm only on the committee for a day, so give me this indulgence. It does sound like that the committee should hear from Gordon Smith. I was looking through the paperwork to find a testimony from him, and it doesn't look like he has come before this committee on this bill, which for me seems a little odd given his role in the state with the administration. And particularly since I remember when he first assumed that role as a legislator, I do remember how actively involved he was. So I believe that the committee would benefit from hearing from Mr. Smith, and also to learn a little bit more from the Options Liaisons Program. That seems like if the tabling motion goes through, that those two resources would be great in aiding the committee and taking a vote, which I hope supports the work of Ms. Allen, Senator Maximum, and so many other Mainers who are looking towards this body to recognize the lives. And so I hope that that you will agree with me that those resources are necessary for the next stage of this discussion. And thank you again.
I have Senator Seaway. Oops, you're muted, Senator. Yeah.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just was wondering, was the table in motion already made?
No.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to table. I think it's that's inevitable, and so we might as well do it and have them talk about it when we come back.
All right. A second to the tabling motion, I believe. No, I don't need that, do I?
I'll second.
Okay. So where is Ms. Semino?
Okay, Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Brickett,
Yes.
Representative Talbot Ross,
Yes.
Representative Blickner, absent. Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costin, is absent. Representative Rudnicki.
You were muted, Miss, okay.
No.
No. Representative Newman is absent. Representative Pluker, absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Seaway
Yes.
and Senator Dashambo.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1, 2, 3, 4 absent.
Good, thank you.
I think that should be
Alright.
5 absent.
5 absent. Yeah, I think 5.
Blickner, Costin, Newman, Pluka, yep, 5. I can't count today either.
Okay.
I already tried to burn the building down, so.
Thank you. All right, we have another bill. LD 1175. Miss Allen, are you remaining here?
If it's the pleasure of you, Senator, I have worked on this bill.
1175, an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges in Maine jails and prison. And I will turn it over to Miss Overton, and okay, Representative Marianne Kinney is the sponsor, so you can bring her in also. There she is, okay. So, Ms. Overton, Representative Warren, you have your hand up?
I'll wait till after Jane gives her analysis or whatever she's gonna add.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really quick. This is LD 1175, an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges in Maine prisons and jails. This bill was heard and worked in 2021, and it was worked in January by the committee, and there was a bill analysis distributed at that time. Since that time, you received yesterday from Rebecca Graham from Maine Municipal Association, a memo from her raising the mandate question. And that's the only other new information that I have. Thank you.
Okay, what do we have here? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the last time we met and we offered an amendment, Ms. Allen and I have met with the sheriffs a couple of times, and we've met with Commissioner Liberty. And I'll let Ms. Allen offer the compromise that I think we have agreement on, but she can offer that, and I'll step back. Thank you.
Granted, Ms. Representative Warren, but usually we listen also to the sponsor. I don't know if the sponsor has anything to bring forward, but I will recognize Ms. Allen after I offer the Representative Kinney to make a comment if she wishes to.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I am Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99. I guess my question would be if it was possible to get the information the MMA has recently sent over and what compromises have been made, because I'm still going by the last presentation that Representative Warren had put forward.
Yes, Representative, again, we tried to reach out to you and we've been unsuccessful. So, but Ms. Allen can present the compromise.
Is that okay with the committee?
That's the compromise with MMA? Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Okay, well, go ahead, Ms. Allen, so you can explain that to us, please.
Senator, I'd like the representative who's the sponsor to be able to get that information, though. She's asking Jane if she could also share with her what the MMA sent in. I think the sponsor didn't get the MMA's testimony and she'd like to have that. So Jane, if you wouldn't mind sending that to Representative Kinney, that's what she was asking. But the work that we've been doing is with the sheriffs and the commissioner.
I will tell you that the Commissioner Liberty is in the waiting room too, if you all want to hear from him.
Great, I'll bring him in.
Would you like me to go for
Could you just, I lost something here. Oh, you mean, I'm sorry, I was thinking of county commissioners, but you were referencing, okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So go ahead there, Ms. Allen.
Thank you all so much. So we did have a couple different meetings with Commissioner Liberty, as well as a few different phone calls, and with two of the sheriffs and Marianne from the Sheriff's Association. Wait, can you all hear me?
You cut out for a second, but you're back.
Okay, technology, sorry. This is a great example of public policy being made in community and compromise. So we met with the commissioner, and I'll let him speak for himself in a minute, but he is in favor of a compromise bill that would cap the rates to match FCC rates per minute, as well as provide for up to 30 minutes of free phone calls for people who are indigent to call their families, and up to 30 minutes per week for people who are indigent to call their lawyers. And so the way that changes it is it keeps the part of the bill that would make it the rates capped at the federal communications rates. And instead of providing free phone calls to everyone inside of the department and the counties, it would limit it to people who are deemed indigent, as well as for the calls to the lawyers.
That's it? Okay. Senator Sherway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess this is a question I have to Commissioner Liberty. I received a letter from the state prison and it had almost 400 prisoners' signatures on it, saying that basically this is what's already happening, what Courtney Allen just mentioned. And they're very happy with it. In fact, they said that they'd like to keep it the same because they really appreciate the inmate benefit fund. So is that basically what we're saying here? It's already happening, and this bill really is basically just writing what's happening, correct?
Thank you, Senator. It's always fantastic to have the residents engaged in the process, and that's what happened here. The original bill talked about the challenges with the IBF as it relates to commissary and any monies earned there. And we've been through the process with the sponsor talking about not touching that because those funds directly positively impact the residents, and they're very concerned with that. With the compromise Courtney just mentioned is related to providing those calls to the family and to attorneys that we find are critical if they're indigent, and we want to give them access to the outside. And so we're able to do that. We feel comfortable in doing that, and I think that it's a good compromise. Staying away from the IBF, not impacting that for the residents, but allowing those folks that don't have the ability to call their families or their attorneys for legal counsel, we can provide that to them.
And just to follow up on this question, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
and I know you as a sheriff, and I know that you may not have the answer, but I wanted to know if this is still in line as not much change for them. I mean, if it all falls into play, because I just don't want to see one not changing and then the other having a change, and it can affect a lot of different wheels turning, and just want to make sure that that's not happening.
Thank you, Senator. I can only speak to the Maine Department of Corrections and what we're able to do. It's much more complex when you talk about the county jails. They have many different plans, many different rates, different vendors. And so I'd have to let the Maine Sheriff speak to what they're able to do and what makes sense for them. But given our discussions over the last week or so, I think this is something we can do that serves both the residents and the citizens of the state of Maine well.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Ms. Allen. I think you touched on it and I didn't pick it up and I can't find it somewhere. Is it the FCC? What was the rate that and how, would you please expand on that? Is this nationwide? Is this for all correctional facilities or facilities per se, incarceration, including jails and state prisons? And what is that rate? And when will that go into effect?
Yes, so thank you, Senator. So the Federal Communications Commission has been working for almost a decade to set the rates of phone calls per minute inside of county jails and prisons for phone calls that go between states. So there was a lawsuit 10 years ago that determined that they did not have the authority to regulate phone calls in state. So the only thing that they can regulate is calls out of state. And what that means in reality is that if somebody is incarcerated in Maine and they're calling their Mainer family, their phone calls cost more than if somebody was incarcerated and calling somebody in Florida. So these are established rates that the Federal Communications Commission has been using for a decade. And those rates are as follows, Senator. And it's in section 4 of the original amendment that Representative Warren provided to us. So section 4, if a facility has a daily population of more than 1,000 residents, which would be our Department of Corrections, the cap per minute would be 14 cents. If a facility has a daily population of 1,000 or fewer residents, it would be 21 cents per minute, which would be our county jails.
Oh, excuse me, say that again. What was that?
It's 14 cents for the department and 21 cents for a county jails would be the cap.
Okay.
And then I think I answered all of your questions. If not, I can reiterate. And that is
per facility, because I've heard you say that twice.
So there's 2 different rate caps depending on how many people that they hold inside of the facility.
The facility. So
yeah.
Really, I don't believe right now, I'm gonna look at Commissioner Liberty, has a population of 1,000 in Maine.
That's correct. We have 1,600 that are dispersed between the 8 facilities. And so there's no one facility. So there may be a language tweak there. No one facility has that number. You know, our systems are much smaller, right? So, you know, there are times when we have up to, 900 or so at the present at peak capacity, but we're certainly not there now.
And so
yeah.
So it's not per facility. The big umbrella of Department of Corrections is what, about 1,600 or something?
That's correct. So no facilities, no individual facilities would fall under that category in the state of Maine.
The actual amendment language, ma'am, is that the rate for a telephone call from a resident of a Department of Corrections facility may not exceed 12 cents per minute. And then if a facility has an average daily population of more than 1,000 residents, 14 cents per minute for calls within that facility. If a facility has a daily population of 1,000 or fewer residents, it's 21 cents per minute.
So Commissioner, what I'm hearing in her reading that, it doesn't apply to the total, it says a facility. And the reason I'm asking that question, it would be now 21 cents per resident when, according to the last thing I read, at the Main State Prison or other facilities under the Department of Corrections, it's 9 cents.
That's correct, 9 cents, and the IBF gets 5 cents of that.
Okay, but this doesn't sound like a good deal for the Department of Corrections. I can't find that. There is not one facility that is over 1,000. There are a number of facilities. And so that's why I asked you to please be, it's not, the facility isn't the whole Department of Corrections. They're individual silos. They're, you know, like at Maine Correctional Center, you've got the Maine Correctional Center. Attached to that is the Women's Center, and then the pre-release, Bolduc, Mountain View, all of those.
Certainly, certainly that language, you know, fits the national model. We have a very small, you know, department here related to populations, and so that's sort of a national model, I think, is that language was taken from.
So are you telling me now, I'm going to get off this afterwards, because the whole Department of Corrections has, I'm taking a guess, 1,600, that the phone call would be 14 cents a minute?
Our phone calls will remain 9 cents. It says shall not exceed. So we'll stay at 9 cents, not to exceed that. That's all that we need. That's an appropriate sort of billing per minute. And again, 5 cents of that goes toward the IBF. The remainder goes to the vendor.
I'm glad I asked the question 5 times. I didn't pick up not to exceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies if that was said. So, okay, thank you. Now I'll look at Representative Pickett, followed by Senator Seaway.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak, I'd like to ask a question of the bill sponsor. So Representative Kinney, the question I have for you is the information that we're receiving right now on the compromise of your bill. Have you had that information prior to today? And if not, what would be the reason why you haven't? Because I thought we had left it, we were going to have the parties get together, and I'm just wondering what happened if it didn't.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead to answer.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna follow protocol because I'm a little disturbed. No, I'm the latest information I have not received, and I don't appreciate being told that there've been multiple attempts to reach me. I have 0 emails. I can go back in my emails. I search your names. I don't have anything. I stepped outside at lunchtime briefly. My husband had come home, and I did get a phone call from Courtney. She didn't leave a message. The only reason I checked the caller ID was because I heard the phone ring from outside. So attempts to reach me, I don't check my caller ID every time I come home. So if you don't leave me a message, it's lost. So I don't appreciate being told the attempts to reach me were made, because in my opinion, they weren't. And that bothers me because I've had a lot of people worried about this bill, concerned about this bill, and the potential of it being a mandate. And I have worked, I toured with Senator DeChambeau. We toured the Maine State Prison. That was very eye-opening for me. I appreciated Commissioner Liberty giving us that tour. I had never seen the inside of a jail before. I've never had a family member or a friend in jail. It's new to me. I'm very new to that whole idea and that entire population. I was very touched by Courtney's story with her son and the reason for bringing this bill forward. And that's why I did, but I've learned a lot since. And I don't want to take away the inmate benefit fund, which is what some of the county jails are concerned that the extra funds they get, that goes to their inmate benefit fund. They don't share it with the Department of Corrections per se. So they have their own, and they don't tend to be there they're in the county jails less than a year. So the time they're there, there's going to be a higher cost just because of the turnover. No, so short answer, Representative Pickett, is no, I have not seen the latest amendment language before today.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
So then, where it's your bill, what is your expectation? What are you trying to, what would you like to see happen to your bill? What would you like to be the posture of your bill going forward?
I think that there's definitely a concern amongst the jails. There's such a wide variety. That's something else that I have learned. There's a wide range of cost. And I have been informed that in the past, county jails did have joint contracts together with one company to try to reduce those costs. And then as they went out on their own after the original contract with time for renewals, some stayed with the same company and some went up with other providers. And I'm very concerned that what we're putting forward now is a mandate, and without a mandate preamble on this language, and again, I'm still looking at the last language that was presented, which I believe it was another member of this committee that finally sent it to me. I didn't get it directly from Representative Warren or from the committee. I had to ask someone else to send it to me. I still have a lot of concerns, and I'm not sure it's ready for prime time. But I'm also not sure I want to see another bill from your committee today get tabled. I've been listening all day. I've been listening to this and to Ag with a PFAS presentation. It's been kind of interesting listening to both at the same time, but I'm just at a loss today.
Okay. I apologize, but could I just have one quick follow-up, please?
Yes, go right ahead.
We've heard the commissioner say that they can provide calls for 9 cents a minute. You've had conversations, I believe you've told me you've had conversations with the jails, in particular with the administrator at my jail in my county. And what is your take from talking with the jails? Are they going to be able to get down to a price of 9 cents or under, or 11 cents or under? Because I've seen that somewhere in the bill where it says about the bill would require DOC to negotiate contracts of services that jails could opt into. And the contract may not include a connection fee, and a telephone service may not cost a resident more than 11 cents per minute. So from your talks with the county jails, are there any of these county jails is that going to be problematic for them to get that price down there?
What I'm hearing from the jails, each jail has to have their own system, and the equipment is, I guess, a rent to own type of, was the gist of what I got out of that. And it's expensive. It's a very expensive equipment because they need to be able to do various things. They need to record calls between the inmates or the residents or whatever. I don't the ones that have gotten themselves into the jail. The only calls that are not recorded are that between them and their lawyer. And it's to protect the families. It's to protect those that are incarcerated. It's to protect everyone involved. And some of this is still, I'm trying to understand it. But I do understand the idea that equipment costs money and it's not easily replaced. And if someone's got to foot that bill, and I realize that we as taxpayers pay for some parts of our jails and so forth, but then there are other parts. And I'm absolutely in agreement that contact with family, with friends, helps these people once they get out to not come back. And that is important. And I don't want to see that stop, but it just seems I'm concerned about the bill at this point, just where it's, I'm concerned about where it's heading and going off the rails a little bit from where I started to where I am now, just from information I'm learning as I go through this. In all honesty, you folks on this committee deal with this a lot better than I do. As I said, this was new to me. And this is actually, I think, only the second time I've come before the committee and the first time I've ever put anything in dealing with jails. So I will look to you for information. Wish I could have been involved in some of these other talks, but I never got a communication that allowed me to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Kenny.
Representative Renicki, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Senator Searway was
I
before
missed
me.
you completely. Sorry, Senator Searway. Thank you. Thank you for being honest there, Representative Renicki. Good.
She lives close by, so.
All right. Go ahead, Senator Searway.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if I could bring up the Maine Sheriff's Association, if it's Sheriff Nichols who wants to represent, but I just want to hear from them on this because I know there's a difference, and this kind of hits one side, but it doesn't seem to hit their side, the jail side, very well. It doesn't appear, but just wanted to hear from the sheriffs.
Is Sheriff Nichols in?
I believe it's Sheriff Trafton that's in the.
Trafton is there, yeah,
Oh,
because Nichols is gone.
I'll
Okay.
promote him.
I got it. He's on his way.
Great.
Go ahead, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Sheriff Trafton.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Just on this particular bill, I know that sheriffs are elected officials, so they're going to try to do the best they can on these budgets. But I just wondered how this would affect you and the jails of having a mandate compared to trying to figure out what's best and how it works and trying to make it work. How does it affect you as sheriffs?
Well, the biggest effect would be with the newest update or the newest amendment. If we had to give the 2 free 15-minute calls per week, it's going to cost all of the counties put together more than $500,000. So it really does come down to being a mandate and or an unfunded mandate for us. And then so that's $500,000 or more than $500,000. It's going to be taken away from the inmate benefit funds. And I can speak, one of the most important things we provide out of the inmate benefit funds here at Waldo County is our recovery coaches and substance abuse treatment. It's not the only place that funding comes from, but some of it does. So the inmates residents benefit directly to that, and then there's other things that it pays for. We try to provide, we've got some large screen TVs with cable TV. That's all paid for by the inmate benefit fund. A lot of our educational, we have educational programs, most of which are all online. Those are paid for by the inmate benefit fund to help them get, educational programs. We buy gardening supplies. It provides haircuts. Also, law books, electronic law books is another thing on the list. Also, mental health tools such as journals and self-help books, things of that sort. There's a long list of things that all provide benefits to the inmates or to the residents. And much of that would have to be severely cut back. So that's the biggest impact. And that's the biggest reason why the Maine sheriffs as a whole can't support those free calls.
And are you able to do it at 9 cents per minute?
Well, I have a very small population, and we have a 32-bed facility. So at 9 cents per minute, I think we could still keep it going, but we'd still lose some revenue, but we could probably keep it going.
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to get the cents figured out here too. They went by size of jails or prisons, and I don't know if that affects like going size of jails, and how's that work? Do you know on trying to figure out the cents?
Is that question for me, Senator?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Apparently they go by size of facilities, of numbers and then like it could be more expensive the smaller it is. And that's what I'm concerned about.
Yes, I do believe that that's true to a degree. And I do know that every county basically has a separate contract. And so I can't speak for all the other counties as far as what they're paying. But I do believe that the smaller facilities sometimes have to pay a little bit more as far as the rates in order to get the same services.
Right. So I'm just kind of concerned about putting something in writing like this without, and I don't think the intentions are bad. It's just, I think it can mess up what y'all are doing. And that's what I'm concerned about. Wouldn't that be the take on your end as well?
Yes, sir.
Right. I will recognize Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of my questions were answered previously, and the one to Sheriff Trafton was concerning the cost of what it would actually cost these different counties to do this. I have a couple of concerns with this bill. My biggest concern is the cost of what it's going to do to the individual counties out there and how it's going to affect the services that they currently provide. My other concern, and especially with 2 free calls a week, 15-minute calls a week. My other concern is that this is a mandate, and if it goes through, it's an unfunded mandate, which is just problematic in itself. And my final concern is I feel like the sponsor was left out of so much of this conversation that the bill was just hijacked from her. So I have concerns about those things. So I will be voting no against this bill. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a bunch of conversations with some sheriffs and the Sheriff's Association. So I wonder if Courtney could fill in the committee. And I think some of the questions that are being asked are about the original bill. They're not about the proposed amendment. So Courtney, Ms. Allen, would you be willing to again share what is on the table for a proposal and what our discussions have been?
Thank you, Representative. I just wanted to address a couple of the concerns that the committee has brought up. Sheriff Trafton mentioned that he had a very small population of a jail. And the way that this language is written is that he would fall into category 4D2, which means that the rate cap would be 21 cents per minute for that small of a jail. And what I hear him saying is that that is a reasonable amount to be able to charge per minute. The second concern that I heard was that it was going to cost the county taxpayers $500,000 to put in 2 free phone calls a week. We also addressed that in the bill. It's 3A. It says a service provider may not charge a fee to the resident, the facility, the department, or the county for providing the 2 free outgoing 15-minute telephone calls required. So this is a mandate going to the Securus Tech or other versions of Securus Tech, the provider of the phone calls. And inside the contract, it would have to be negotiated that they are willing to provide that time. So this is not a mandate to the counties to provide the funding for that. Those phone calls, again, it is a mandate to the Securus Tech, who rakes in billions of dollars a year on these phone calls. And then finally, I wanted to address that we have spoken with Sheriff Murray and Sheriff Brackett. And I have in quotation from my notes that they say this is a great compromise and codifies a practice that they are already participating in. So I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Seeing none. Did you, I probably will ask you the question, Ms. Allen. When this was first brought to us last year, we were handed the phone rates survey, and the date was 2018. It has since changed, and this was all the jails. Do you have the most latest, and could you send that to us?
Yes, Senator. I do not currently have the most latest. I have asked Marianne to provide us with that data, and she was unable to do that before this work session. So maybe we could.
That's Marianne, who's the secretary of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Maybe we could have another survey sent out to the county officials to ask where they are at currently. As you may remember, I was not able to provide exact data from the sheriffs because I don't have that kind of access, but I think your committee will be able to get that information for you. And then the one other thing that I want to say is that in the very, very first reiteration of this bill, we had a line in it that is not currently in it, that the sheriff's associations could have an option to opt in to negotiate with the Department of Corrections. I think that that would be a great way for the sheriffs to get more negotiating powers with the companies that provide these services and be able to maybe meet the rates that the departments has been able to meet. And then finally, the rates for the department don't actually get, they're doing better than what we're asking for. So thank you, Commissioner.
I've got one more for you, which was what you stated. And then 30 minutes of, what is it, free phone calls to their attorneys. If they're indigent, do you know how they would determine who's indigent?
I'll defer to the Commissioner.
Oh, I thought it was just for the jails. Okay.
No, this is both. This is both. And the Commissioner, we spoke last night, and he has a way that they determine that inside the DOC, that we could add that language to this bill if that is helpful. That is one of the things the sheriffs asked, was a definition of indigence, and the Department of Corrections already has that. So, Commissioner.
All right. Commissioner?
Yes, Madam Chair. The indigency is defined by the Maine Department of Corrections as having less than $10 in their account, no more than $20 over the course of the month, and we have a form here that the residents sign affirming that, and so it's a $10 in their account, no more than 20 for that month. And that's what we do for indigency. Then I have that form I can share with whoever would like that. If Jane would like a copy of that, I can forward that for distribution. One of the other things that we talked about that poses a bit of a challenge is when we look at Section 3 and we start putting limitations on the vendors, that becomes part of the negotiating, right? And when we restrict particular things, one thing we have to be careful of, that we don't have the unintended consequence of limiting our vendors or making it the profitability so small that they don't respond to an RFP when it comes time for renegotiating. Does that make sense?
It does. All right, thank you. Did I skip you, Representative Warren?
I had some follow-ups for Ms. Allen. When I'd like her to please, just so there's no confusion, to just repeat what the amendment is. And again, the amendment covers both the DOC and it's the conversation we had with the sheriffs. So just so everybody is super clear, it's very simple. And maybe she could lay that out for us again. Sorry that we don't have it for you in writing. This was a conversation between Ms. Allen and Commissioner Liberty last evening. So things are moving fast at this part of committee.
Happy to reiterate it one more time. So the current amendment and the compromise is that we would cap the rates to match the rates per minute to match the rates of the Federal Communications Commission. And that means that the cap would, for the Department of Corrections, would be 12 cents per minute, which they already are doing. Any facility above 1,000 residents would be 14 cents per minute. We don't currently have a county jail in the state of Maine that would be in that category. The third category would be any facility with an average daily population of 1,000 or fewer residents, which is every one of our county jails, would be capped at 21 cents per minute. The second part of the amendment is that it would provide for up to 30 minutes of free phone calls to people who are deemed indigent. So only people who do not currently have money in their commissary, as defined by Commissioner Liberty, to call their families. And then 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes for people who are deemed indigent to call their lawyers. That is the amendment.
And, okay. It goes back to my question, and that's been all approved by the Sheriff's Association also? Are they willing to go along with this?
The two sheriffs that I have spoken with, Sheriff Murray and Sheriff Brockett, said that it was a compromise.
The Maine Sheriff's Association has not agreed to this compromise. Some sheriffs that don't have larger fees aren't going to be as affected as the sheriffs or the jails that are charging like $15 for a 5-minute phone call. It is our belief that if you are in a county jail in Maine, the same as all of us, we should expect prices of phone calls to be relatively similar. For the county jails that are making a lot of money off the phone calls, this will definitely have an effect on them. It is our belief that people should be able to call their families when they are inside the county jails. I think that's why you'll hear that for some sheriffs, this works, and for other sheriffs, they're going to struggle. I'm going to still support it because I can't imagine, none of us would ever put up with, this kind of real disparity in cell phone companies within our state, right? And so I think it's a way to sort of level the playing field across the county jails. It will also give a lot of the sheriffs better bargaining power with the two companies in Maine that are servicing all of the county jails. If the sheriffs got together and negotiated there are some that are even not, they're not getting as good of a deal as other county jails. Thank you.
Okay, I will go with Mr. Liberty. You have your hand up. You don't need it unless you want to interject something. Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett, Stairway, and, oh, excuse me, Senator Stairway, and Representative Renicki are next.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this question would be for Sheriff Trafton, where he's representing the MSA here today. So the extra money that is charged, like we just had an example of somebody paying a certain amount of fee for a 5-minute call at such and such a rate, but the extra money, does the jails have, it's my understanding the jails have an inmate benefit fund, is that correct?
Yes, each jail has an inmate benefit fund, and none of the jails are making money. And all of that money that is collected goes to the inmate benefit fund, and then we're audited by the state to make sure that all expenditures from those inmate benefit funds benefit the residents. So the jails aren't making any money. There's no, and we're very limited as to what we can do in a lot of areas with those funds. So, and we are very careful to make sure that any expenditure directly benefits our residents in our jails.
So clearly stated, then you folks, everything that has to do with this particular topic, any money that comes in or is spent, that is all to benefit the inmate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, I do have one question for Commissioner Liberty, if that's possible, if that's okay. Commissioner, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
And I wanted to, I know you touched on it earlier. It seems like just a minute or two ago, but it's probably an hour or so ago by now. But about how the commissary plays a part in what you do with this. I believe it has a part in this with you. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are two sources of funding for the IBF. It's the phones and the commissary.
Okay, and that's something that you have, but the jails do not. Is that correct also?
No, I believe they have a similar process where they have two funding sources, the phones and the commissary.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Sheriff Trafton?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Senator Stairway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is to Sheriff Trafton. I guess I'm kind of confused here a little bit. I know you said that you'd lose, as far as the total of all the sheriffs, over $500,000, which is actually, I believe it's like $557,000. When they mentioned that this money would go back to being put on the people that are giving the service, I think I don't see where that's in writing or anything like that. I think that we can mandate all we want, but the bottom line is somebody's got to pay the bill. And I'm kind of concerned about that, but also did the Sheriff's Association agree to this? I know there was some said 2 sheriffs were on board. I thought one didn't even have a jail that was spoken to. But anyway, I'm just kind of concerned. That was only a couple days ago, correct?
Well, the information I have, I was in a meeting this morning with with probably 10 or 12 of the sheriffs, And also the information I have from the executive director is that we as a whole, the Maine Sheriff's Association does not support this bill with the amendment.
And what would happen with the funds, that extra funds that you're saying that would be, of over $500,000? What would happen with that?
Well, and I can only speak from my facility, but what we would have to do is we'd have to look at what our revenue loss would be and what programs that benefit the residents, what we would try and keep and what we would cut, and where we may have to go to ask taxpayers for more funds to keep, because some of these programs, for example, the substance abuse counseling programs, recovery services, those are critical. We can't let those go, and so I would have to ask our budget committee and our commissioners to make up those funds, and that would fall on the property taxpayers.
One more follow-up, and that's it, Senator, really.
Well, okay. Well, I was just, as a recommendation, I'm thinking that if the DOC is okay with this language, for Department of Corrections and as far as the prisons, but with the sheriffs, it seems like there's two different styles of work here, and it seems like it's all trying to be put into one. And I think that the way it's set up is setting the sheriffs up to fail, and that's not a good thing. So that was just my last input about this.
Thank you. Representative Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of things here. First of all, I got a message from Marianne Lamar, and she said that the MSA voted unanimously against this bill. So I just want that clear. The other part, couple of things. And this question will go for Commissioner Liberty and for Sheriff Trafton. Is it true that by definition, that all jail inmates are classified as indigent upon arrest?
I would say my experience is no. Some arrive with monies, and given my definition, anything less than $10 would make them indigent. I'm not sure the same is true for Sheriff Trafton.
Well, like the commissioner, I agree with the commissioner when he says sometimes we bring folks into the booking facility and they have hundreds. I've even seen thousands of dollars in their pockets in limited cases. So I guess we couldn't say that they're all indigent, no.
So follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So if that's the case, what would you say approximately the percentage, and I know it's, something you probably wouldn't have, but say a rough estimate as the number that would be considered indigent in the jails or in the correction facility where if this passes and free calls had to be given, what would you say those numbers would look like?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure I could make an estimate on that at this time without doing some checking.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion ought to pass as amended.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Representative Morales, second by Representative Warren. Any discussion on the motion? Representative Pickett and Representative Reckitt.
Yeah, I request a caucus.
Is that which? Can I'd like to recognize Representative Pickett had his hand up first, and then we can break. You are muted, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I I think this is a really good bill. I think it could be a really good bill. I think there's still some things that I can't put upon my my constituents, and that is the unfunded mandate that we're still going to be looking at. And I think as far as the DOC goes, I think they're all set, and that's not going to be an issue. But I think there still is some problems with the jails, obviously, or they would not be against that. And just because the MSA is against it doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't pass the bill. But when it's a unanimous, at least that's what we're hearing, a unanimous decision to not support the bill. We need to dig down if we want to pass this bill and be successful with it. I think we need to dig down and find out if there is anything else that we can do to get rid of that, possibly shed that unfunded mandate from the bill and get it in a good order where we can, where the MSA can support it as well and get a unanimous vote of the committee. I think that would be what we'd all like to see is under the hammer in the House when it happens. That being said, I think that the bill sponsor, I think to have a motion to pass amended right now when it isn't even an amendment that she even has had the chance to even really spend any time looking at. I think that, quite frankly, I think that's a little premature. I think that we should have at least given an opportunity for her to have that option. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to table.
Well, we can't make a motion right now.
I think we can.
Hold on. Someone
I'll
else.
second it.
Tabling motion trumps any other
Yes,
motion.
but you gave a big speech before you tabled it. So
I think
I will share with you that I agree that I was gonna ask before we go and caucus, if we do, whose bill are we looking at? Then that's the concern I have with the original sponsor who has not let go of that bill. It is her bill. I don't know if the amendment that's been crafted is a friendly amendment to the sponsor. So that being said, if there's, I don't know if anybody else, I don't have anybody else that, okay.
Senator, a couple of us have our hands up if we could, before we go into caucus.
Well, I know, look at, both hands are free, and I just, who video me out there? Okay, Representative Rickett, followed by Representative Warren.
Oh, Lois, you're on mute.
I'm debating between which of those things I want to move. I think I'd like to ask for a caucus.
Okay, so anybody opposed to that? Would you want me to recognize you, Representative Warren?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to say my cell phone number is published everywhere. I'm so happy to work on this bill with Representative Kinney. I'd really like to work on this bill with Representative Pickett. I'm really easy to reach. I'm on Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, and I have about 5 email addresses. And I would love to work on this bill. I don't know how to say it. When we left last work session, I said, Representative Kinney, if you want to work with me, please reach out. So I'm saying it again as clearly as I can, and I'm serious. My cell phone, everything is reachable. I text, I talk on the phone, I email, and I do a lot of social media. So if folks want to continue to work, I really like to work together. I'm actually pretty good at it. So if folks want to work on this bill, I agree with Representative Pickett. I'd love to get a unanimous report on this bill. Representative Kinney, would you be willing to work with me on this bill?
Absolutely. I don't do a lot of social media. I hate social media. I don't think that that's an appropriate place to conduct legislative business in any way, shape, or form.
Wonderful.
Personally, of course, here we are on YouTube and Zoom, which are technically social media.
Okay, I won't social media you. Jane, would you
Yeah.
please email Representative Kinney with my cell phone, my personal email, and my representative email? And Marianne Kinney, Marianne, I'm in session. I was there yesterday.
I
was
saw
there-
you once. That was yesterday.
I
was
will
great.
never not talk to people about bills. So let's get this done. And if folks are good on that and we want to table the bill and we'll get together and come to a unanimous report, I am all in. And I know Courtney would really like to meet with the sponsor of this bill.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't write it down. We didn't have a motion on the floor did we? Because I thought Representative Morales made the motion and you seconded Representative Warren. Would you withdraw your motion, Representative Morales?
I don't think there's any need to if we're going to table. We'd like to keep the motion. And looks like Representative Pickett is going to make another motion.
Wait a minute, I don't want to lose my thought. Okay, Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair. Now that I haven't had, there's been talk since I talked last time, I will now make a motion to table.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded for tabling. Okay, let's have a vote.
Okay, Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Breckett,
You're muted. Good. You're muted, Lois?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me?
Yes. Okay. Representative Talbot Ross,
Yes.
Representative Blickner, absent. Representative Pickett,
Yes,
Representative Costin is absent. Representative Brudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman is absent. Representative Pluka,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Siraway,
No.
and Senator Deschambault.
Yes.
8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 4 absent.
I'm gonna make a comment. I hope it's definitive that we get a final answer from the Maine Sheriff's Association. That would go a long way. So we are done with LD 1175. Have we tabled every bill so far?
Yes.
Is that what I got in my notes? Good day. The last bill we're gonna see is LD 1447. Is Representative Lori Grimlich here?
She's on her way.
Hun?
I'm pulling her in right now.
Okay, thank you. Folks, 1447 is an act to require training in racial issues, justice, and social issues at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy and to establish additional requirements for law enforcement officers. I think there may be other attendees. The director of the academy is here, Richard Desjardins. Would you bring him here, please? Mr. Orbiton? Oh, gosh. Maybe you're so tiny, I just skipped right over you. Go ahead. All right. Ms. Overton, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is LD 1447, an act to require training in racial issues, racial justice, and social issues at the Criminal Justice Academy, and establish additional requirements for law enforcement officers and candidates. This bill was heard last year, worked last year, and worked again this year. I won't go back through the bill analysis and information because it's old, but I understand that there is a proposed amendment that I think was sent to you late this morning. So I'll, I think that's coming to you from the sponsor, Representative Gramlich.
Could someone give me the time you may have sent that, or you did send that? Someone know that? Representative Gramlich?
Thanks, Senator. It was mid-morning, I would say, probably around 9 or so. I can tell you exactly. Well, I don't know exactly when Jane sent it, but I know when I asked her, it was before my day started earlier this morning. But
okay.
I also just want to add that the amended language that was sent to you all this morning doesn't change the substance of what the amendment is. I worked really closely with our partners at the Maine Municipal Association, specifically with Rebecca Graham, who had some really great feedback and input in terms of how we might strengthen the amendment, in terms of who would be at the table for a study. And a little bit more specificity around what the study group may examine. And I know Ms. Graham is in your waiting room and is able to, if she's able to join in, can also speak to this firsthand. I will also add that I had what I consider a rather productive conversation, again, with Noel March at University of Maine Augusta, who's been working on curricula for criminal justice. And he was going to try to be here today. He did tell me earlier that he might be tangled up, but that based on his review of the further amendments that you all got this morning, that the University of Maine Augusta is in support of the bill as now currently amended. And I know that the director of the academy and perhaps the assistant director here, I had a very good conversation with both Rick Jardins and with Jack Peck earlier this week, and they can certainly speak for themselves, but been doing a little bit of work around this since we last met, and apologies for getting the amended language to you so late. I just had the opportunity to meet with the Academy on Tuesday, and quite frankly, yesterday, I just didn't get to send it out to folks. So thank you for your indulgence.
Okay. Anyone have specific questions they'd like to ask of the people that are here? Really? Okay. Well, the Senator Seaway first, and then Representative Pickett and Representative Warren.
I'd like to ask Director Desjardins a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Desjardins, I on this bill, it seems like this is kind of making another committee that the Academy already has. And also, isn't the information already being taught at the Academy that they're looking for? I guess those are the two questions I have.
Thank you, Senator. It's great to see everyone, and I know you guys have had a long day, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. First of all, for those who don't know me, I'm the director of the Academy. I'm also the executive director of the Board of Trustees, and I know you know we've talked at length about some of the work the board has done, and so proud of what this committee has given us for direction. And I think we've done, I think, a really good job trying to get out ahead of issues that revolve around social justice issues. We've dealt with recent issues around use of force. So again, I just want to reiterate that I think we're working well together as a group, and I really want to continue to do that. Been the director a little over a year now, so it's been a lot of moving parts. So yes, Senator, the Board of Trustees, which is now currently 18 members, represented by a wide breadth of representatives from around the state, to include recently an added position from the Native American population. So we have, I think, a really good representation. And with that, trustees, we have 5 standing committees that deal with a variety of topics, to include curricula development and again, writing standards and training recommendations for the law enforcement and corrections community. So yeah, we do have a standing committee. And again, full disclosure, in statute and frankly by volunteering to take on curricula, the Academy does do many of the topics that were identified in this particular bill. And frankly, we're continuing to look at ways to improve those curricula to make sure that we're keeping up with trends. We're constantly in a state of revision, and revision is something that, particularly in law, as you know, Senator, changing laws are happening around us constantly. So we're always having to look at amending those training standards. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. The information that was Representative Gremlick is talking about, I do not see that. I've checked my email. I do not have it in there. And while I'm at it, well, no, I'll take that back. On the other bill, it hadn't been completed yet, so we'll get that when that comes. But this one here, I haven't seen it on here. I checked in the queue too, and it wasn't in there. So I don't know. Could you resend it again, please?
I just sent it.
Thank you.
Was that you, Jane? Did you sent it? Who sent it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just resent it.
Okay, because I'm looking also.
I've got it now.
Do you wish to continue, or can I call?
No, I'm all set.
All right. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Director Desjardins, and good to see you, Ms. Graham. I'm wondering, and thank you. I know you guys have all been working on this proposal, and I appreciate that. I'm wondering, could you tell me a little more about the work? I'm not gonna know what the name is. The work task analysis. I think Ms. Graham shared that with us at a meeting that I had the opportunity to join with you all. The work task analysis that's happening already by the department. And either of you can answer that for me, whoever wants to take it.
Happy to respond, Senator Warren. Thank you. It was great to see you, and thanks for inviting me to your class. I enjoyed speaking with you. So
that was very fun. The students
thank you.
Really enjoyed it.
Had some great story. I'll tell you offline. It was
okay.
So I just wanted to tell you, first of all, there is in the works a funding initiative to get a job and task analysis completed. We have not gone to an RFP, which is part of the concern that I have, is that part of this bill is to do an analysis of that review of a job and task analysis by the end of this year. Full disclosure, I don't think it's going to get done, because the work to do it effectively would not be completed by the end of this year, I believe. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a simple thing, but my sense would be, once we develop the scope of the review, that's, and if you do it effectively, because we did one back many years ago, like 17 years ago, that took several months, and because you got to reach out to your stakeholders and try to measure what your effectiveness are. So I would just tell you again, that was when I interviewed for the position, that was one of the things that I said I really wanted to get done, which is to do a job and task analysis. And that's something I'm committed to do, but we have not completed one as of yet.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Overton, did I see your fingers? Not.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking for the automatic hand, but I was having trouble. I noticed on the second page of, the third page of the proposed amendment, some new paragraphs D, E, and F, and maybe it's just I've been working in Opla too long, and I try to use the fewest possible words. But could the sponsor maybe explain to me what you're really looking for in paragraphs D, E, and F?
Thanks, Jane. I'm just trying to bear with me as I'm trying to pull up the amendment so I have it on my screen. It's for some reason my computer is glitching out and I'm not able to pull it up. So I apologize.
Maybe I think Darlene has this.
I do. Hold on.
Can you pull it
and
up?
If we can pull it up and screen share, I'd also like to ask Miss Graham if she could also weigh in. I worked very closely with her. She had presented a couple of what I consider to be really productive components to strengthen this amendment. And so I'd have to look at it to see exactly where this came from. But Rebecca, I don't know if you can see the screen, if you wanted to weigh in on any of this.
Can you guys see it?
Thank you.
Senator, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Thank you. The paragraphs on D, E, and F are trying to maintain some of the essence, I believe, of what Representative Gramlich was trying to maybe dive down into with her original amendment. And there are areas in which we know might be beneficial. It was really key to us that if the legislature is going to do a study and there are going to be resources that are pulled away, and we already know there are finite resources at the Academy, that it really looks at things that might actually move something forward, uncover some of the things that we kind of know are there. So D, E, and F kind of dive down into recruitment. And, if you wanted to look at whether or not a degree requirement would be a barrier to recruitment, it would also be beneficial to look at whether or not those would be a barrier to recruiting from underrepresented communities, which are already a challenge for law enforcement and the Academy at this point in time. So that's what is the essence of D is to look at the ways that you could enhance rather than necessary. And then if you wanted to move forward with certain pre-employment requirements, how that might affect the recruitment from those areas. The text of section D was to look if there's ways to create synergy within the system, but within the state funded system, but also to understand the existing relationships that the Academy already does have with some higher ed institutions. I think that that's beneficial for the legislature to understand and to dive down into, because these are the functional pieces of how that delivery happens. And then the feedback loop that I know that the Academy would like to have, but doesn't necessarily have time to be able to do. And that is some input from those agencies that they provide services to, and to figure out, what is it that the Academy could do for them that would enhance that training, but also what would necessarily need to be in place for the Academy to be able to deliver that training. I think the whole structural look needs to have that feedback loop from stakeholders as well as those recipients and then future recipients as well. That's kind of the essence of those three pieces.
Okay. I think I can't see because I've got that silk, but I've got Senator Seaway's hand up. Okay.
Do you want me to
Yes,
stop the share?
Senator Seaway, please. No, I'm all set now. I found a way.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll direct it to Rebecca Graham. Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask you, I've heard Noel March's name come up each time we talk about this. And he even called me up and said he didn't know anything about it. And now I'm hearing his name again. Has he spoken to you or any knowledge of the academy knowing about this? And I'm surprised he's not on here to speak about it. That's what have you heard, Rebecca Graham?
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. It's my understanding that Representative Gramlich has since met with Mr. March, and the remaining extent of his involvement I'm unaware of. I have not spoken to him. I do know that we did have a meeting with the Academy and the main chiefs of police, and he was invited to attend and did briefly attend that. With regard to further input or his view of this particular amendment, I'm not aware.
Darlene, I think we're good with stopping the share now. Like, thank you.
Jim.
I want to follow up. Laurie Gramlich. Did you want to respond to Senator Seaway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Senator, I've had numerous conversations with Mr. March over the past 6 weeks. Most recently, this morning, I alerted him and reminded him again that this bill was being worked. He said that he would attempt quoting his text. I would if I could. I'm sorry, but I'm teaching, and then I have my annual tax preparation appointment. And we went on to have further correspondence about this bill. He told me that if he was not able to be there, that you may say that UMA is supportive of 1447 as amended. So certainly, I wish that he could be here as well, but I can assure you that I have had fluid and ongoing conversation with him.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I got a text from him as well. And he said that it's strictly with UMA, not the Academy. So that's why I think it's very concerning that the Academy should be part of this and be supportive of if this bill does do anything different than what they're already doing. And it doesn't sound like it's doing that much because they've already got a team and they already got a lot of these trainings in place. So I don't quite understand what this gains. Thank you.
Representative Morales, followed by Representative Reckett, and I got some follow-up questions also. Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to move on to pass as amended, but I'll hold if folks want to speak first.
Yes, Representative Reckett.
You muted.
Muted.
Lois.
I was
Can you-
saying I would
go
yield
ahead.
to Victoria to make the motion and then we could talk. Since it's only the tabling one, we can't debate, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
if you want to make that motion, Victoria, and then I'll speak if that's all right.
Madam Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
Okay, I move ought to pass as amended.
Now I'd be happy to chime in.
Any second? I didn't
I'd like
hear a
to-
second.
Oh, sorry.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, go ahead, Beckett.
I have to say, I'm sitting here and I'm feeling like it's deja vu all over again, which I think the director of the academy will understand, since I was involved in the rewrite of the law enforcement training curriculum and half of the corrections ones. So, and as you've heard me say before, I spent 15 years on the academy board, so I am familiar with the process that will have to go on, and I do think this is a good idea. I don't think it's, I think that it's important that people who understand how the academy works currently be involved, so that we don't do things that don't need to be done because they're already done or already being done. But I also believe that there are pieces of the training that need to be greatly expanded, including those that are talked about by the title of this bill. I'm also aware of the relationships between UMA and also, I think, is it Hassan? I always get them backwards. Is that the other university you're working with? You could nod, Rick. Is that? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I think that I don't know what's changed since I left, but I do know that it's really, I think this is a really important thing to do, because I think as we look at the future of law enforcement in the state, I think we have to look at the integration of training and caring. I know, which is a stupid sort of thing to say, but I'm familiar with a lot of officers who really care that they do the best job they possibly can, and I want them to feel supported in a way that will help them see new things, understand new dynamics, perhaps change practice, in some cases, find another job. But I think that the reality is we have to recruit people of a wide diversity. And I think that the best way to do that is to include that diversity both in this process that we're looking at and the process that will move the academy forward. I have never felt overt resistance to these concepts. It's just that there's a there's a tradition and there's a stasis that has to be gently moved in order to get what all of us want, which is the best possible trained police force all over the state, including the other people that are trained that way, the game wardens and all that stuff. So I think that I think this is a good bill, and as long as it's executed in a way that is thoughtful and done in a way that is moves the issues forward, I think that we will from it discover the pieces of training that both have to be done and those that maybe aren't ready to be done but ought to be. So there may be a spin-off in the end. I mean, I think there are processes within police forces that need looking at. And I don't know that we'll find them in this bill, but we may find the topical areas that need to be more thoroughly looked at. So I think this is worth the time. I know it's a study committee, which means it may or may not get funded by appropriations. But I think the fact that the academy, I'm encouraged that the academy is willing to engage in this process and to look forward, not only on the issues of racial justice and racial issues and social issues, but also really on the issue of all of the newly arrived Mainers, both from away and from elsewhere in the country that have run here in the epidemic. I think that there's a plus to doing this. And I think if it's done carefully and gingerly, it's a good thing to do. I'm not saying I don't think the academy might not to be confronted in a few areas. I couldn't give you a list of those right now, but I'm certain there will be some areas where there'll be disagreement. And I think we can negotiate to a place that will bring the academy forward and will bring the issues forward. And that will bring, frankly, the police departments across the state forward. So I'm in favor of this motion.
I will listen to that again, Representative Reckett, and probably use that whole speech on the Senate floor. So it very well said, and a lot of thought went into it. Representative Pickett, I also have something to say, or to question and to ask. So go ahead, Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Desjardins, for being here today. So I want to be crystal clear on when we had the initial public hearing on this. The Academy spoke in opposition to the bill. And so I think I know what you said today, but I want to know what, if anything, has changed for you at this point. Are you in agreement with the bill? Are you in opposition to the bill? Are you just ready to work with people on the bill? Where do you stand? Where does the Academy stand on this bill right now?
Thank you, Representative Pickett. The concepts of standing up a separate 17-person committee to essentially duplicate, in many cases, what's already being done at the Academy is daunting and would frankly put a burden on the current staff of the Academy to stand up. With that said, the concepts of this bill with regards to the study of what we're doing, what we're currently doing, revision of curricula, we absolutely agree with those concepts. The issue that we had initially with the bill, and I submitted testimony, was the fact that there was a concern about prohibiting underrepresented groups from participating in our academy. So that was the original bill. Now there was amended, obviously, that I didn't participate in the workshop initially, but spoken with the commissioner, spoken with many people about this. And again, the concepts of the bill are great, but the idea of standing up a 17-person committee that ultimately the Academy would have to support in context of getting them ramped up and bringing those folks up to speed would be an incredibly heavy lift. So for those purposes, we have again stood by the fact that we opposed that additional amendment for adding those additional people to as a committee. But again, we understand it's a resolve, and we're going to do what has to be done.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, hearing that, the question I have is, you have a board of trustees for the Academy, and everything that goes through the Academy, including curriculum and so on and so forth, at some point goes through the board of trustees at the Academy. And you have a well-diversified group of people there that deal with the issues there. So if I'm hearing you correctly, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, because you're willing to work and do what you have to do, but you already have a board that does exactly what this new committee will do, because it's reviewing, in this particular situation, it's reviewing curriculum on a certain issue that already you folks are teaching. Already it's being in-service trainings, it's being in academy to the officers that are going in now, and you're developing and keeping up to speed with it as it goes along. So therefore, the question I have, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, and that is there really a need for this bill, or is it what it's trying to do, even though it's only on one specific thing, is it already being done at the Academy and being done well? I know what my answer to that is, but I'd like to hear yours.
Again, Representative, I'm always willing to accept the fact that we can do better. But, as I said earlier in my introduction, I'm proud of what our current board does. I think that the thoughtfulness when this board was established back in the late 90s, early 90s, was incredibly thoughtful, and the representation that we currently have of volunteers and our trustees do really well. And again, as I said, I think we've gotten ahead of many things in a short period of time to deal with some of the social justice issues and issues around use of force. So I'm comfortable that we're gonna be responsive to these concerns that are raised, and I'm happy to work and continue to do that. But to have another duplicative committee would be really, really difficult for us to manage with the staff that we have.
Yeah, and I would just say and end with what I said before in the hearing, and that is that I think we have an academy that's very well recognized by its peers throughout the country as being one of the best academies in the country. So I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Senator Stairway, followed by Representative Reckitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear both sides here. I think I'd like to caucus before we make a vote, but I do think that said, I think if everybody agreed that we kept the committee that's currently there at the academy, and if they want to bring their concerns and get the surveys and whatever, it sounds like that Director Desjardins is willing to do that. I think we could put the same language, just eliminate the extra committee that he says it would make it very difficult. I think sometimes what we're doing is we're putting these things in and just shoving it down people's throats, and that's not the way to do business when we're trying to do the best job we can for what we have. And I know the intent isn't that, but that's what's happening lately, and I'm very concerned about that. And I think that if we can go back and discuss these things and make it work, I think that everybody could be on board with this. So I wouldn't mind ought to pass as amended if you wanted to keep the committee off. So if we can caucus and we can come back and do some good like that, be more than happy to.
Representative Rickett.
The only thing I want to say is that I think that this effort, which were we to be able to keep it somewhat contained and try not to put a huge burden on the academy, who will feel like they ought to have a huge burden, but I think that there are ways to make it less of a burden. But mostly, I think what this bill would do for me, were I not sitting here right now, is to help build public confidence in the academy. And I think that's always important to do, because particularly in these somewhat troubled times, it's important that we believe that the academy is doing everything they possibly can to move with the days and to stay on the same train as the world. And I think, well, maybe not the whole world, but anyway, but what I'm saying is I think this bill could, the passage of this resolve could help build public confidence, not only in the academy, but in the police world. So that's really where I'm coming from. And frankly, and through the communities that are impacted by the focus of this as well, because that's really the critical piece, is we're trying to have the academy put some special focus on the things that some of us believe have not been fully absorbed by every police officer in the state. And I think that's, I'm not saying that as a critical piece. I'm just saying, I think that's what the public believes. And whether it's true or not, I think that we need to find a way to build public confidence. And that may be by changing some things or adding some things or doing some things differently or keeping everything just the same. I don't know, because I have not looked at this issue in relation to the academy training. And I feel bad that I haven't, not that I had the opportunity for the last 10 years, but I think it's important that we try to do something. And I think I see this as if it's managed correctly, I think we can do this.
Okay, let me just, I keep adding things. I wait till the end. Number one on the amendment, it's just a technicality. I just did this myself. Section 2, the study committee, it says 17 members. I hate to be a stickler, but I count 16. Could someone take a look at that? So while you do that, I want to applaud whoever had the idea, really. On page 1, the 8 members appointed as follows. I thought that was a great addition. A member of the Academy Curriculum Review Committee. That I'm glad that's in there, my own thought. Now, I think it was Ms. Graham who explained the question posed by Ms. Orbiton on page, I guess it's 3, there's no numbers. Everything that's underlined, Ms. Graham, D, E, and F, if you are the one that spoke on that. Okay. Could you explain for me again, probably, E, about the education relationship? Let me cut to the chase, Ms. Graham, to let you know what I stopped short on. I really don't understand the wording. First of all, review current higher education relationships, law enforcement agency, municipal level tuition support for law enforcement to explore opportunities for the state funding University of Maine system. And that's where I stop. What is the University of Maine system going to do in the education component?
And thank you, Senator Shambo. I think the crux of what I was trying to get in there is, and it was with some former input, and I'm happy to strike this whole thing out. But with regard to the section, if you're going to look at education requirements, there is already a system at the municipal level that funds education for police officers and or provides them with stipends for their education. So looking at the entire system of how that rolls out, and if there's a more beneficial way that that either could apply or provide some sort of assistance rather than a barrier. And looking at how we might be able to look at the system and how that system could be streamlined or changed within those existing relationships. But I think that that's, you know, if we're going to look at education as a requirement or prerequisite, then looking at what we already have in place that follows that recruit, that makes, like, we pour into that person, should be part of that review and understanding, and see if that might be a better way forward.
Is that limited to just the University of Maine system, the state funding? So that's why I said that. I'm going to put a plug into Representative Warren and Representative Bramlett, and my alma mater is going to focus on the criminal justice system at UNE. What they will be offering is a little bit more than what is associate degree, a little bit more than the university. It will also focus on forensics and medical and what have you. So do we really need to focus only on University of Maine system? And if there's a friendly amendment to make it broader and limited, I know there are great courses, and a lot of officers take advantage of it because of the schedules in the community colleges. So, and anyone in York County could just hop over to UNE, but I didn't want to limit it. So if you're willing to make it more general, I'd be in support of the whole area.
Senator, your numbers were right. There is 17 members. I mean, your numbers weren't correct. There are 17. I went through it for you.
There's 17 members?
Yeah,
Yeah, I did too.
I did as well, Madam Chair. I counted it twice to double check myself, but also I'm completely receptive to broadening that, and particularly as you draw attention to our alma mater at University of New England.
I'll rat you guys out. Okay. Thank you very much. So if someone did your requests, Senator Seaway, did you want a caucus?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would. I still think we don't need the committee, but I think that's
Okay,
adding
well,
to
you
the
can
plate.
say that to your caucus then.
Yep.
All right, that shouldn't take long. Can we come back at 5 of 4? Or
Go
do
with-
you need till 4?
Come back before that if you want to. 10 minutes is fine.
Okay,
Yep.
in 10 minutes? Well, I've got 5 of
3:50.
4, okay? 3:55, come back.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, would you set up a Zoom, please?
I'm all set. Representative Warren,
I sent a link out to everyone in your email.
Hey, Dick, fix your camera. We're only seeing you from the chin down.
We're the only ones back?
Yeah, fix your camera a little bit. We're not getting your whole, we're getting part of you.
Yeah, well, that's probably the only part they want to see. I'm in a different place today. That's why
That's better.
A guy come over this morning and was working in the living room where I usually go, so I can spread everything out on the couch and have everything to my disposal there. But we had a guy coming in at 9 o'clock, so I come in here in my office, and that's where I'm working from.
I've been moving locations depending on what I'm doing.
Yeah, and so we're ready to go. Where are they?
They went into, they must have gone into a caucus as well.
Yeah. We said 10 of, it's 9 of, so we're back on time. Call the question. I'm gonna I got time enough to warm up my coffee, I guess.
Just don't put it in a pizza box. They catch on fire.
Where's the rest of the flock?
I don't know.
Oh, wouldn't you just like to be in this committee every day?
Who are you talking to? Me?
You.
You know, I used to be in the room right next door to this committee, and it was funny because I don't think anybody else ever covered that committee except for their clerk and me. So I've pretty much heard it all. Once
You're
or
in
twice.
transportation, right? You're in transportation now, right?
Yeah.
I've been quite a while.
Yeah. I think this is my 9th year.
Yeah. I was going to say, you've been down in transportation ever since I've been here. I'm in my 8th year.
Your
firming
8th
out.
year? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was 7 years then. Because the first year I was doing the road trip committee. You know, the governor had asked for that committee, and we went like to Presque Isle, the coldest day in January ever. And I had never been to Presque Isle, so that was very interesting. Then we went to Blue Hill, and so I got gas when I got there, when I got to Presque Isle, and I hit the pump, and it would like spit out like 75 cents of gas, and then it would like stop, and you'd have to hit the pump again. That's how cold it was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to make it back to Winthrop.
Yeah.
But that was fun going on the road and we went all over the state. That was fun.
Yeah. You got a good Senate chair in your committee.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Bill's really good. Who's your house chair? Danny Martin, right?
Danny Martin. Yep.
Yeah. I worked with Danny in state and local committee for the first 4 years I was down here and stuff. And, you know, him and I, our politics don't align, but he was good to work with. We were able to work together pretty good. We tried to craft some bipartisan legislation and stuff like that, you know, but it was a altogether different committee. Transportation, there's a lot of things you can come together on if you really work hard at it.
Yeah, transportation, IF&W, agriculture. If you guys want to put the time into it, you can usually come up with unanimous reports.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they're pretty nonpartisan committees.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dick.
Yeah.
Hey, Dick. Hey, before they start again, I'm going to be down here on this job site again tomorrow. I've been listening all day to this wonderful thing. So if you guys end up voting on this, I'll call in the vote for this last one tomorrow. But
yeah, the other three were all continued. I mean, the other four were all continued.
Yeah, the other stuff was all tabled, so I'm not going to worry about the votes.
No, you don't have to worry about that. This one here, they've already got on the floor. They've got a motion ought to pass amended.
Yeah, I heard.
And if they, I don't know what they're going to come back with after their caucus and stuff, but if they don't table it, we should be voting this one out. I'll let you know what.
I've listened to it all day. I've had to charge my phone and everything else 2 or 3 times, but I've listened to it all.
Yeah, this morning when we were having our caucus, I hope you heard me. I told you to pay attention, not fall off the roof.
Yeah, I heard you.
A little cold up there?
No, actually, it's nice down here, down in Limerick.
Oh, down in the warm.
It's a little windy. It's a little windy, but
if you're in Limerick, you're about, depending on what part of Limerick you're in, you're right. That's where my son lives. Our son lives.
Yeah, I'm right on. I think it's Route 111. Heading from Biddeford to Sanford.
Yeah, do you know where JD? I'm trying to think of the last name. They own everything up there in that area. They got a little garage when you come down that. When you come down that route that you're talking about, if you go through the little village, you come down around the corner and head back toward Leamington and that down there, right down in that little village. There's a Dollar General, and then there's a white place, and then there's a little garage. That white place in between that little filling station there. That white place that's where my son lives.
Yeah. No, don't know the area all that well, so. All right, I just want to check back. I just wanted to check in with you before everyone came back. So
I'll shoot you an email when we're done anyway, with the phone number and the emails. So, okay.
Yep, that sounds good. Worst case, I'll run into the speaker's office before I head south again tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right. Either way.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dan.
All right. Talk to you later.
Yep.
So Jane, it's supposed to get windy tonight.
Well, haven't been outside today, so.
Yeah, tonight's supposed to get 45 to 50 mile per hour winds. Yeah.
The wind's picked up here. I just went outside.
Wow.
To go rescue my burnt pizza box.
Oh. Yeah, right.
So it's cooled off quite a bit.
Yeah. The box did anyway, right?
Well, the box, I had to actually literally dump water on it to make it go out.
Wow.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, you might get a free pizza if you're going right to them.
Well, I was actually a leftover calzone from the cafeteria yesterday, and I was like, oh, this committee is going to meet all day today, so I'm just going to keep that other half here, and I'll just warm it up in the microwave. Should have put it in a plate.
There's your out. There's your out right now. The state ought to buy you a microwave. It was that cafeteria.
Now I have to actually buy Representative Terry a new microwave because she bought it. And I blew it. I mean, I fried it. It's gone. Oh, wow. Things happen.
Man, oh man, come on, guys. We're supposed to be out here at 10 minutes of 4. I got, what is it, 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Let's
We're
go.
on the dot.
Let's get the show on the road here.
Yeah, I ain't looking forward to that 50-mile-an-hour wind tonight because that means I'll lose my power. The driveway will freeze back up.
Yeah, it's been weird because all day the snow's been melting. I've had a nice day, but tonight's going to get. And last night, yesterday actually, when we left the State House, it was about 34, 35 degrees when we left the State House, and just walking from there down to my car down in the second driveway down. I'll tell you right now, it was freezing, and by the time I got home, I went out and got something outside there and stuff. And with the wind factor and stuff, I bet it was close to between 0 and 5 below just with the wind. And we were still at about 20 degrees here.
Yeah, it was cold.
Yeah, I'm originally from Greenville. I used to walk up what they call Lakeview Street and walk up that in the wintertime when there was when the wind would come ripping right down the lake. It was all down through there. Of course, I was young at the time, a young fella, so I wouldn't wear a hat. I wanted to show my pretty locks, and stuff.
Well,
So
yeah.
I'd freeze my ears off all the way up the street, and they almost fall off by the time I got home.
Yeah, but you weren't going to wear a hat, were you? I know where the street is. Friends of mine used to live there. I lived up to Moosehead for 2 winters. So
Oh, you did?
I did.
Who did you know on High Street?
Ronnie and Jackie Maycumber.
I know Ronnie and Jackie.
Yeah, because Jackie passed away years ago,
Yeah.
but they kind of became
Ronnie married Joyce McNinch, right?
Yep.
Yep. And he was the one that I don't know if he was the captain of the Katahdin for a while.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still doing it or not. I'll have to ask my kids. I haven't been up in a while, but
yeah, they were doing they were doing, I don't know if I think they sold them all. Maybe they're still doing them, those places where they rent them out by the week in the summertime.
no, we bought them. We bought the camps.
Oh, you bought them. So you have
we
them.
bought them off from them. Yeah.
Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law, when they were still living in New Jersey, them and my niece and nephew and their kids, they came up every year, and they rented up there on that one.
All of you were talking. You didn't mute yourself, and people heard whatever
we didn't know.
discussions you were in.
That's okay. We didn't know.
That's
We didn't know you were
bad
here.
to let you know that.
You guys could hear us?
They're just wrapping up.
Okay.
Yeah, we were here waiting for you. Senator, you must be the only one in the committee room today.
Oh, but that's a pretty log cabin. that Senator Shearway has.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's pretty comfortable.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Senator DeChambeau, are you there?
She's muted and she doesn't have her earbuds in.
Oh, goodness.
Here they come.
All right. Moving in.
Okay, we are back. We have had a caucus and jeepers, I forgot where we left. We have is it a motion to accept as amended? Yeah.
Yes. Yep. To pass as amended, Representative Morales and Representative Pluka made the motions.
I've got a motion as amended. Is everybody hearing me okay? Yeah. And that motion was from Representative Morales, seconded by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. So
Was
a
it?
couple of things. I think the suggestion about cleaning up the language around the education, making it more diverse or opportune for others than just the University of Maine system. And I will now recognize Representative Gramlich also.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your indulgence. I know this has been a very, very long day for each and every one of you. The only, not to further complicate anything, and I think that Jane can probably tend to this.
Representative Gramlich?
Yes.
Representative Gramlich? You had your hand up?
Yes. Can you not hear me?
Do you not have your headphones
Wait a
in?
minute. Go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Wait, did you hear what I had to say? I had muted myself or something. Did you hear what I said? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer the committee an opportunity to consider, perhaps during language review, that in the event that this gets voted to pass as amended, that the members appointed to this study committee would be reflective of the diversity that we have in the state of Maine. As you'll note, the bill and the amendment covers a number of different topic areas. And so I would just want to make sure that we're being mindful of appointments made based on that diversity in the state of Maine.
Members appointed be reflective of the diversity within the state of Maine?
Yes, Madam Chair.
That's it, or was there another comment? No. Jane has her hand up. Ms. Overton?
I just wanted to check if Senator DeChambeau mentioned broadening the education language, so it's not the University of Maine system, and Representative Gramlich just talked about diversity amongst the members of the appointed members. Are you both suggesting that the amendment be further amended?
Those
Yes,
are
I
friendly
think-
amendments, yes. Is
Okay.
that possible? Okay.
Sure. Yes, I just need
Good.
to know the directions.
Yes. So I will, Jane had her hand up. She's all set. Representative Morales, followed by Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to add that since I made the motion, I would include the two amendments we just talked about, that Representative Gramlich just talked about and that you, Senator, just talked about in my motion.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a request, since University of Maine, Augusta, and Knoll March had input in this, could they have testimony, or could we request testimony for when we do language review from them of showing support for this, or what their stand is on it?
I don't know. It's the second time I hear that name when we've discussed this, and I've had.
I just think it's been mentioned, and just trying to get to see the verbiage of what they've supported on it.
Well, I would defer to the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. That certainly is up to the committee in terms of how you want to, review this once you get the final iteration language review. I would respectfully presume that if you wanted to talk to any member of the community that has feedback for you, you have the autonomy to do that. I can tell you, based on my conversations with Mr. March, that we had lengthy conversations, and it has been supportive. I can't speak for him certainly, but I can't imagine that he would have any indigestion around broadening the educational opportunities. And I certainly can't imagine that he would have any trepidation concerning assuring that we have diversity reflective of what we see in our state of Maine. But there again, I certainly can't speak for him, but I feel confident in saying that.
Is that all set with you, Senator Sherway?
Well, I'm just saying that, we're basing that on what the University of Maine Augusta is doing. And so we should have some testimony. That's what I'm just saying.
That's not totally correct. The amendment that I proposed was not limited to just the University of Maine system, but more broad reaching, I should say, with other academies, colleges that do criminal justice programming. So we're not just settling on the University of Maine system. So I've got Representative Morales, you have a comment to make?
Sorry, I'll lower my hand. I
Okay.
don't have a comment.
All right. We pretty much, I will reiterate, there's been a motion as amended. There are two other amendments, friendly additions, is on, I guess it's page 3, but it's letter E about education to make that broad reaching. And the other one is, about the diversity that we'll look at the language, but the intent is the members appointed be reflective of the diversity within the state. So those are the two friendly amendments. Is everybody all set with that?
Yep,
We can
ready to
have,
vote.
we can have, a vote. Yes, thank you for saying that.
Good.
And Darlene, she didn't go home yet? Okay, Ms. Semino.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, go right ahead.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Breckett. Where is she? Did we lose her?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Representative Talbot Ross,
Yes.
Representative Lickner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
No.
Representative Costin is absent. Representative Brudnicki, no, we lost her. Representative Newman is absent. Representative Pluka,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
No.
and Senator Dashambo.
Yes.
And I'm back.
I just saw that. Representative Brudnicki?
No.
No. Okay. 6 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 3 absent.
And our no is ought not to pass.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I don't want to look at the list because I don't want to see another bill in front of me.
I think, Senator DeChambeau, I think probably that was a 6-3 because Dan is not able to vote and there's only 3 of us here.
Yeah, it's 6-3, right?
Yeah, it was 6-4. It was announced. I think it should be 6-3
Yes.
with four absent.
Yeah.
But Rednicki came back on. I got Senator Searway as ought not to pass, Pluka, Representative Pluka, Representative Rednicki, and Representative Pickett.
Yeah, Representative Puka voted yes, I believe.
That's true.
I'm sorry, I put you on the wrong side. All fixed. So it's 7, 3, and 3.
I didn't even hear Lookner. Representative Lookner voted? Yes,
got it.
okay, sorry, it didn't. Lookner, Pluker, that's what I wrote
All
down.
right,
You guys have
wrap
some
it up, folks. Let's wrap it up.
tongue twisting names.
Come on.
All right, I will just.
734,
I-
733, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
All
I
right, so
will
we're
wrap
back
it
on
up.
tomorrow.
We will stop with, and then start tomorrow with three public hearings, 2 work sessions, and have a good weekend after that. Oh, hi there, Mr. Tatakoff.
I need to apologize in advance that I have a dentist appointment in the morning. So and you know how hard they are to get. So I'll try to, if I retrieve my iPad, which I did leave in Augusta yesterday, if I retrieve that tonight, I will stick it in the car as I drive to the dentist and back. But I
Okay.
won't treat you to the drills. I'll just.
Thank you. Mr. Tatakoff, you.
Yes,
Yeah.
I totally understand if you want to push it till tomorrow or another day,
Yes.
but we could do a language review. Push it.
My mother's here in my dining room waiting for me, and she has been for like a long time. So could we do that amendment review tomorrow, you guys? I told her we'd be done by now, and I need to attend to what I need to attend to.
I'll be
yes.
here.
Thank you.
Tatakoff, what was that language review? I forgot what that's for.
1348, Senator Seaway's fireworks.
Oh,
bill.
yes, that's right. You'll be available, Senator Seaway? Good. Thank you. All right, let's go.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your indulgence. Take
Bye-bye.
care.
That's weird.